Okay. So
And I have to
hi, for real,
immediately minimize the
actually.
shit.
Huh? Nothing. I'm not doing anything. Hi, for real, actually. We're plus one shot, and my information thing says initiative. I'm prepared. We won last time, so we don't need that initiative thing anymore. That's actually
We
not.
did. We did just barely win.
That's not the right
Winning,
info.
winning is a strong statement.
Surprise second group of guards.
We lived last time. How about that?
Yeah. No, lived
There
is
you go.
lived is right. Lived is accurate.
I managed to mess
I
up something.
I feel like barely lived is more accurate because like I was at two strikes on my
Mhm.
my death saves. I think were you
Listen,
also at two fails.
no, because I got after one fail, I definitely got stabilized, but that's
Yeah.
okay. Look, we are learning our characters. It was level 1, and now we know who has spell slots and who doesn't, and we're good to go.
There we go.
We need a nap though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sleepy.
I'm not gonna
Also
say
true.
that.
All right, let's do a recap
Healing
now that I
remember-
fixed the info.
Remember, James, healing hands is for earners.
Yipes.
I don't need your healing hands. I have a short rest healing hands
Always be rolling.
You guys
just
are
for me.
not
Mhm.
coming off as super good friends, but I guess that makes sense. You did just meet.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
fuck that Minotaur guy, or maybe not have sex with him. I don't know.
I mean,
What,
you
what's our
can.
rating for this? Did we do lines and veils yet?
But squeeze me?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, so last time what did we even start with? Oh, we started with a battle last time.
Mhm.
You guys
Started
were
with
fighting-
pants.
You guys were fighting
Yep, got 'em.
some guards that you found in a house you weren't supposed to be in, knocking down a door that you didn't actually need to knock down. You did
But
find
we wanted to, so
yeah,
that's
you,
all that
you
matters.
wanted to.
I still
found
feel
some
pretty
good stuff in
accomplished,
there.
honestly.
Yeah, what'd you guys
Mhm.
tell me? You guys tell me what'd you find in there?
Found a book of our friends about, making interesting clothing. We found a huge chest of money that we used to bribe a guard to not kill us later, as well as to betray the big, our BBG, big bad guy. And three of us got KO'd in the
Four.
process.
Mm-hmm.
Four.
Four of us, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
It's gonna happen.
Yep.
And there were definitely 3 chests, but I did not steal any of those chests.
No.
I went
Yeah, no,
back
that'd be
in
weird.
and stole all the fancy fabric from one of the chests because I was
Hmm.
pissed. So
That did happen.
I have that because I was like, I'm taking that fabric.
And then we
And
found the
set a body on
tubes
fire.
eventually.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
we
the
did
tube.
find the tubes. That's why we had the
Yeah, then that guy pissed me off and I threw him in the fire after we killed him.
Yep.
So you got a bunch of stuff you didn't go there for, and also the thing you went there for, so that's good.
It's a success.
And
Winning.
Philip's character has bought a handful of potions.
Yep. I have 3 more. Bought 4 and have used 1 on the paladin, so now we have 3 left, which don't actually know what they do. 'Cause I think they're all slightly different in color, so
Wrong.
That's fine.
should maybe have read the ingredients. But you know what? We live, we learn, we don't learn.
I'm pretty sure you just got a bunch of minor healing potions.
Okay. I thought you were saying like they were different colors, like because
Well, the
like,
dark
this one
color
has
ones
this.
There were
Yes.
3 different kinds of potions, and you just bought several of the minor ones.
Okay. So 3 minor healing
Only
potions.
one of
Sounds
them
good.
is Deadly Nightshade. They're completely indiscernible from the other 3.
It's fine.
And then you guys found healing potions in my game. Yeah.
I hated those healing potions. They were the worst.
They were a little trippy. That was cool.
I smelled good though. I'd eat me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that pretty much catches us up. You guys are outside of that officey area, not quite in front of the shops that somehow didn't hear the ruckus or maybe didn't care. What are you gonna do now?
We need to get the tubes back to Nestor.
You could probably just leave before somebody can come and put a face to the crime that just happened.
Yeah, seriously.
What
I
Can
mean-
we
if
sit down somewhere once we're far enough away?
Can we go to the beach at the bonfire?
Go.
I say we get the
Yeah.
guards and try and blame the death and subsequent incineration on the guard that is currently stealing all the gold.
Well, that would
That
really,
doesn't seem very honest.
and I don't know. I don't really think that would work because he works here. We don't.
That's true. Okay, well, if you guys don't want to do that, that's cool.
I mean, we could just
It was
report a
an
theft
idea
in
out of
process.
session.
Well, I didn't say we shouldn't do it. I said it doesn't sound very honest.
I mean, what we do, like, we'll leave because, 6 versus 2 would seem kind of like, why didn't we stop them? But if you turn them in, we could already be gone. Say you just saw it happen.
That's a possibility.
I need to go get more blood back into my body.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, I saw the way you were looking at me. I thought it was kind of obvious, but I guess not.
I don't know what else you eat. Could be blood.
I lean down to Mira and I say, okay, so I'm from the mountains. I have a question.
Yes.
When we kill somebody, when they're trying to kill us, that's good?
Self-defense.
We defended our honor?
Yeah, because they were approaching violently towards us, so we
And they
responded.
had stolen the pants.
Yes,
or-
they stole those tubes, so
Anitas.
Anataz.
Anya tubes.
I was like, I don't know, they're tubes.
Honest. Oof. Galatea gets a little bit of a confused look on her face and just goes, okay. Okay.
Alexos is noticing people wondering about legality, and he's, wait, we did what we were supposed to do. Do we not? Is that not allowed here?
It's allowed, but it's a little bit of a difficult situation because of how we were able to do the right thing. Mirror also sounds a little bit confused. But-
Yeah, we kind of broke a few laws doing what we were doing.
Yeah.
Which ones?
Well,
Well,
technically
like I said,
trespassing.
Besides,
one.
and I Galley gestures at the bisected man and the man with no head anymore because it got blasted off by force.
I know they're in the fire.
Mm-mm-mm.
They're in
So
the brazier.
pointing at the
Gestures to where
fire.
the blood is still soaking into the sand.
That's fair.
Well, Nestor is somehow connected because of his purple garb. We could just he could figure this out, right?
I guess.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think so.
Should we at least let some of the shopkeepers know?
No.
Like, no. Okay, so just leave. Let's just go.
Yeah.
What-
So
what-
we should
what
just
would-
we
what
should
would
leave
we
it for them as a gift, a mystery.
I mean, what would you say? Sorry, killed your boss. You might be homeless. You might be storeless in a little bit.
Or
Okay, that's
potentially,
fair.
free rent.
Yeah, let's just get out. Let's go.
Okay.
So do you guys head back the way you came, or how do you leave?
Well, what if
I don't
we
know if there's
were
any other
to
path.
Go back to Nestor's, and as he finishes, we could just take a nap in the back room.
I'm okay with that. Like, I think we need a short rest.
Yeah, but let's
Yes.
let's not walk back in front of all the other stores. Let's
No.
take a long way around the side so people don't see a bunch of half dead, weirdos walking around.
That is definitely valid. So yeah, we're gonna take the long roundabout, less way with eyes
The
to go.
scenic route.
Yeah, but
The less scenic
Path less
route.
the
travel
less
route.
scenic route, so we will not be seen.
Ick.
Yes.
All right. So when you make it back to town, do you just walk down the main thoroughfare,
Think first before we go back to Nestor's, or are we gonna try to rest at Nestor's?
Yeah.
I would like to go. I would like to go rest at our bonfire on the beach.
What say the
Well,
group? We rest at the beach.
Take like a
Well, I mean-
like a little sit down to clean some of the blood off us too, probably, so we're not just
Yeah,
walking
sure.
around
Galley's
looking
just
like a murderer.
Galley's
Like,
just
we can watch
looking
in the
like
ocean.
really exhausted.
Well, Nairus is just going to suggest that if we go to Nestor's, he can probably let us sit in his area. Since we did this work, we found it. He'll probably let us sort of, take a cat nap or relax in part of his like second story because he lives there too. While he gets everything ready for us. And that way, I guess we could go to the beach, but I think that's just further that we'd have to go.
The reason why I'm not okay with going directly to Nestor is because, like mentioned, half of us have a lot of blood on us, and it would be a little bit weird to traipse through town, especially with all the people hustling and bustling about. It might look a little suspicious. So we should, go take a nice little.
The ones who aren't wounded could go return the Anatus, while the rest of us go to the
I
bonfire
appreciate
beach.
how we're never going to say this phrase right.
Natas. Wait.
Anatas.
Because
Mhm.
I'll try.
Listen, we don't have to try. It's funny. I like it.
So, are you gonna split up and be not beat up? There's one of you that doesn't have any damage.
Yeah. Who's
Wow.
That's you.
Oh, that's what I thought. I was like, I think I'm not hurt. Yeah, I can go back. I can scoop up the tubes and take them back to Nestor and explain what happened, break the bad news to him.
I don't think we should split up with the tubes. They are highly sought after tubes, as we just saw.
Okay, that is fair. I don't know if another tailor will come at me trying to take said tubes away from me. So, okay, you know what? I agree. I agree with you. I'll
Let's
sit
go
on
to
the
the
beach
beach.
with y'all and I'll relax. In fact, I will sing a song of rest. That might help
Lovely.
everybody.
Yep.
Alright.
What does that do?
Breezy.
You can't yet.
Well, we have to get back
Never
there
mind.
first.
So you
Let's
guys
try
head to
to-
the beach, which I have actually created now. Hurrah!
Beach.
Yep.
Beach.
Just on the off chance you guys
Oh my god.
decided you want to go to the beach.
I don't own any character. Oh, there you go.
All right.
I didn't expect you
There's
to come
not
here
much
until you were level
vision.
2, so I didn't throw you down. Okay, what do you guys see?
Blackness.
Most
Okay.
of a circle.
Okay,
I-
so that actually...
I
We
see-
have
wasn't-
vision, but there's no global illumination.
Oh yeah, if I start dragging myself across the map, it starts to show
Okay,
itself. I'm
don't-
playing Snake.
I will fix it. Don't go out there.
Oh no. Is there a monster?
No. So it is supposed to show me what you guys can see, but it wasn't. So I thought it wasn't working. Does that fix it?
No.
Okay. I don't actually have the global illumination button.
Now it is.
There you go.
Cool. Cool.
So yes, now we can see everything, including that floating wooden junk.
Sure. Right, you're at the beach. Do what you want to do.
I think people who are injured should have a nice short rest.
Yep.
Wash some of that
Having a
blood
lie
off.
down.
Yeah. Take a nice nap.
It's gonna flop down into the sand, like. Yeah,
Just start rummaging back and forth.
making a make like a burrow pit, like a deer pit.
I mean, Dilly's gonna go take a little wash in the water and then come up, and then as she's drying, she's just gonna cast mending on like any ripped portions of her clothing and stuff like that, so that she doesn't look like a total wreck.
What
Someone's
did you
been
say
at
the
Ragers
healing-
before.
What does the song do for us? The Song of Rest?
If we're level 2, she can do it. If we're not, then she
Oh,
can't.
okay.
Sorry,
No
Yeah.
problem.
I jumped the gun.
So at level 1, we can spend hit dice.
Yep.
Which we have one hit die, right?
Just
Yep.
about to do. Yep.
That's accurate.
Where is that?
If you open your character sheet at the bottom left of your portrait, there should be a little bed, and then you can take a short rest.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Yeah.
Very nice. I'm almost 10 out of 12.
Nice.
So you take this time on the beach to recover,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
patch up any wounds. Some of you probably have Vermont. You do this like
No.
yeah. Clean off any blood. Do keep in mind this is salt water.
So it burns when we wash ourselves.
It's
Yay.
fine.
More I was
Oh.
thinking, you may not be the freshest when you're done.
It's a port town, right? Everybody smells like the ocean. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, but you know what you were supposed to be doing today.
Being
Having a
modeled.
fashion show.
Being models.
We were hired looking regardless, like what we were looking. So
That is true. He knew what he was getting into.
Gets what he gets.
Gets what he gets. All right. Is that all you want to do at the beach?
Just rest and then
Relax a
bring it back
little.
to it.
Anybody got a watermelon? We could do blindfold stick game. I only mention that because we actually have a watermelon in our house right now.
And you're thinking about it?
I am. I have a dowel rod. I'm not gonna lie.
Would the watermelon break the dowel rod?
I don't know.
Probably.
Only one way to find out.
Use a broom.
So on the beach, are you having any kind of interactions, or do you just want to skip ahead?
Yeah. I think Galatia's like trying to clean herself off, but she's sponge bathing. She's not like getting into the water because she's quite wounded.
Nerus is going to be
Just
full on
trying
swimming.
to unzone out because 1 HP is a hell of a drug.
as was
There's-
Dilly.
2 watery boys. You guys are right at home, right?
Oh yeah, definitely just swimming around.
Theros just walks like waist, like knee deep in water, and just goes, just face plants into the water, and just starts rolling around, like just shaking his head, and sending water flying everywhere.
It's all sandy, covered
Yeah.
in it.
Exactly.
I'm getting back into the server. I apologize.
Looks like a bog monster.
Oh God.
Fine.
Covered in some seaweed. Is this like crystal clear blue water?
I mean, it's
I mean, it's the Mediterranean. It's cleaner than the Atlantic.
yeah. It's not quite crystal clear, but it's
Are you talking, Shell?
fucking buttons. Okay, it's not quite crystal clear. I would say it's semi brackish, but it's definitely prettier than what you would see in our nearby Chesapeake Bay.
I mean, it's not hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I
The
love home
Chesapeake
and all.
Bay is green.
It's so bad. It'd be algae ridden if it didn't already have a bunch of other things competing.
Ugh.
So short resting, bandaging up any messed up clothing, trying to get ourselves a little less bloody.
Yep.
Did anybody want to go try to talk with I've forgotten the man's name. I apologize.
Nestor,
Nestor, and
I
see.
I was thinking that we could all go together after we have a nice little siesta here because that was
What's a siesta?
excuse me, a little rest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had a very interesting ordeal at the manor. So yeah, I we should just rest and relax, and then we'll go talk to Nestor and figure, return him the tubes and see what he wants to do next. Because I don't, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the job. We just bring him the tubes. Are you
Yeah, we
rested?
take
Let's
our
go.
hours rest
Model
and then we
them?
go.
Yeah,
Access is ready. Bring these tubes back.
the tubes.
While we're
So
here,
the-
is that pile of junk in the water conspicuous or anything?
You don't see it right now.
Okay, then never mind.
Get the hell back over here, kid.
when
This is
Nair's
why Charles
sort of-
pauses everything.
Yes.
when he's back on land, he'll sort of look through the sack of pants or the Nestor's tubes, and see if he can find the pair that probably fit him, or maybe were designed to fit him.
Okay. Remember, unless you guys switched it to a sack, it was a chest of pants.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, let's all put on our pants. We'll surprise him.
I don't think that's a good idea. I
Yeah,
think
and
we should
also
just look at
half
them.
of you are wet, so yeah, let's just wait.
Qualified to operate the tubes.
Do you
So
think
yeah,
they,
you can
take
sift
like
through.
specialized handling?
I don't want to be tangled up in them.
That's fair.
That is indeed fair.
But yes, you can sift through and guess at which pair is yours if you would like to.
Okay, then yeah, Nair's is gonna do that and just sort of look at them and try and, if it looks like his, sort of examine the quality of them and then fold them up as he thinks they might go and put them back. He just sort of wants to see them in the chest.
They do in fact look like pants. Each of the pairs of pants seems to be a slightly different color purple. If you can tell the difference, I don't know. Can you? Are you color sensitive? Are you color blind as a sea person? I don't know.
I think color's super important, but then again, Tritons are like at the bottom of the ocean, and they're not even from this planet technically. So I don't know.
Alright.
Who's to say?
Yeah. All I know is, and Alexis will say, the last time he assumed he knew how something worked, he fell off of a horse.
All right.
Huh.
I hear you have
how
to get back
did
on those
you
when you fall
manage
off.
That?
What'd you say, Philip?
Said, and how did you manage to do that?
I don't know how saddles
Falling
work.
off.
Oh. That makes sense. Did the horse get away?
I don't want to talk about it.
Gotcha.
Nair's just kind of averts his eyes and stares at the sand.
Hmm.
I got you, fam.
If it makes you feel any better, I can't ride a horse. Too heavy. Horse gets
It's pretty
mad.
pretty hard for me too, if I'm
What
honest.
if it's a really big horse?
Haven't met a horse big enough yet.
I think I'd like that.
You can see Nair's is just sort of looking at the two of you at your amazing
Oh.
stature, just being like,
Monty said
Better.
Baywatch is playing. I start running across the beach slowly.
How do I get my hair, my mane wet? Just kind of.
I mean,
gosh.
Dilly just does like the dog shake and like shake the leg.
But slow motion.
I love it. It's
Kick,
perfect.
kick, kick.
Nice.
Trying to fluff her hindquarters, her haunch.
Yeah, her haunch. Yeah, just make
Gotta
it a
keep
little
those haunches
fluffy.
dry.
Shake the booty a little bit, puff it up.
Yeah.
Wiggle that tail.
Mm.
Oh my god, that would be adorable.
So we have all our stuff. We've short rested. We seem pretty well put together. What time of day is it?
Let's see. You're supposed to meet him at like 11-ish. What is that? That's XI. You're supposed to meet at XI.
Jesus, that yeah.
And I could say your adventure probably took like 3 to 4 hours. So 2 or 3 o'clock.
Aye.
Aye. IV.
I. Depends on if we're on Centurion time.
No, Centurions don't exist yet.
Oh fuck.
That said, I don't even know if Greeks would use Roman numerals. I don't recall. I guess yes.
I think they had a 12-hour sundial, just like
Yeah, something like that.
Anywho, if you guys are done with your beach interaction and want to head back to Nestor's,
I think
Yes, yes.
tubes,
Tubes.
tips.
chips.
Let's go.
Jesus, we're enormous. Wait, nope, zoom out. There we go.
I've unpaused you. You may roam. Nestor is back towards the door to his courtyard, pacing a little bit. Very worried because it's been a number of hours. And
Yoo-hoo.
he whips around and looks at the door. Oh man, it's so hard to move my hands and hold this push to talk button down. I'm not doing it.
Got him.
All right, voice activity. Here we go. Shh, Philip. Shh. I'm just kidding. Anyway, yes, he throws up his hands and he walks over quickly to the door. I'm gonna put you by the door.
Yeah. So
And he's so you're back. You're back. Did you find them? What happened?
Well, we found them, but
They were in
What?
the hands of another.
No,
So
they weren't
someone
in the
did steal
hands,
them.
technically. They were in the chest hidden behind a closet inside a locked room.
So someone did steal them.
yes,
Yes.
and Nestor, you may want to sit down. We do have some ill tidings.
So, looks not like suspiciously, but okay. And he backs over here to this little bench, this little floofy bench.
Yeah.
Hops up
Heck yeah,
because
bench.
he's got little teeny short satyr legs. Flops down and it goes poof, under his round butt. He sets his hands in his lap and he looks at the six of you like, all right, okay, I'm ready. What? Tell me the bad news.
All right. So,
Your friend did it.
I was.
Listen,
She-
you gotta pull that bandage off
Real fast.
real fast. Just get it over with.
I think Notice is gonna be like, I apologize for my friend. The
I mean, what were you gonna say?
Bad
Were you gonna
news.
what were you gonna sugarcoat it? You did it.
I wasn't going to sugarcoat it. I was just going to be a little bit more gentle about my delivery. What was it? What was that guy's name again?
address.
Yes.
Need some dead
Doesn't
asshole
matter. He's
now.
not coming back.
She motions to the pants chest. Do you recognize this chest at all?
And he shakes his head. He's looking very sullen and confused.
How about what's inside? No, open it up.
Hey.
And he does brighten a bit, seeing the tubes, and still looks very conflicted about the information that they've delivered to him. that is them. If you looked at them, and he gets back up and comes over and like looks in the chest to see if there's been any damage. Sort of looks through and holds up one of the smaller pairs and flips it around and checks the seams and whatnot. And they seem to be fine. Are you sure? Are you really sure?
Oh, we are sure. He Andres
Undress.
we Andres address.
Undressed
Sorry.
stole your pants.
Undress stole your pants.
Yes,
so
he-
I kind of want to say it, but like as charismatic as possible, so to make him feel at ease. To include also that address is also dead.
I want to tell him that his friend's dead, but I want him to be happy about it. What do I roll?
Yeah. I want to try and be charismatic.
It's
and
like,
be
He
as
attempted
nice.
to kill us after we recovered the pants.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'd like to do.
And
Okay.
he almost succeeded. Dilly did not roll well on her short rest. She's still looking pretty rough.
Oh.
She's just not bloody anymore.
So you guys have delivered this information to him.
Yes.
Well, I was trying to say it so that it would be charismatic, and he's not like as best with the best way to take the news as possible, I guess.
Best
Dilly
bloody
will
foot
pat-
forward.
Dilly
Persuade
will
him to
pat
not
the
feel
satyr on the shoulder and like offer her wine jug as part of the news. He's like, I think you might
firstly-
need a drink.
Firstly, I don't think Philip said anything. How do you want to go about this, Philip?
Yeah, Philip.
What do you mean?
Like
Act.
you want to? Do you want to roll something to try and? How do you want to do it?
Just would probably be a charisma roll,
Okay, go ahead.
I guess. I mean, I don't really know that I can make a performance out of this or a persuasion out of this.
I mean, based on what you're gonna tell him, is it gonna be a whole truth, or you're gonna do a whole lot of masking?
Whole truth.
Okay. Are you going to tell him that you guys murdered him?
Yeah.
Yeah?
That we
Really?
we did. We killed him.
It's not murder if he was literally attacking us.
As he's trying to like deliver the news, so I've still got the chest in my hand. I kind of take the lid like, all's well that ends well. Like kind of move the lid like it's talking.
You're puppeteering the
Christ.
chest.
If anybody, keep in mind, if anybody does not want to share all of the information, you can stop him or try to stop him.
Yeah, mirror. Okay, so are you rolling a charisma
Alright, so
thing?
yeah, first we'll do that. Go ahead, just roll a. I guess persuasion.
Boy.
Oh,
That's rough.
Well, that was just a straight charisma check, but persuasion. would,
Oh
add-
no.
Would add 2 to that. So.
okay.
So
Either
8.
way, not very good across the board. So, Denitra, as he's starting to speak, if you'd like to do anything, let me know what it is.
She's listening, but if he starts to say something that might like really badly incriminate them, she's just gonna be like, and try to take over the conversation again.
Okay. Philip, do you want to let her interrupt you, or are you gonna like fight it?
No, probably since I completely failed, I would probably be tripping over my own words and wouldn't be coming out right. So I would recognize that and stop.
Dilly's
Denitra,
gonna straight up. Yeah. Dilly's
do you-
got something.
what do you wanna like? At what point would you like to interrupt him? When you hear what sort of thing? What do you wanna?
So, anyways, I started blasting.
Oh, oh, oh.
No, but seriously.
Yeah, okay, so if he's like, oh yeah, if he mentions that there was like an altercation, and
Yes,
if
I will.
yeah, and then if he starts talking about how the altercation escalated, if she feels like he's not saying it well, that's when she's just gonna be like, oh yeah, like and there is that a little bit more clear or
Yes, but what would you like to say?
okay. So
Use your
she
word.
she perks up, her wings like flop up a little, like, oh, like it. She, she softens her voice, of course, and she's just like, yes, he meant to do us harm because we found out about his jealousy of you and the Anitas. So we had to defend ourselves. As you can see, poor Dilly, she suffered a lot of damage, and she's pointing literally to everybody who's looking all haggard. Like, it. He did not want to suffer the embarrassment of what he tried to do to you, my friend.
He just looks absolutely shocked, and before he goes on with anything else, he sort of looks around and I'm sorry you all went through that for me. That's I'm glad you're all right. That's awful. What happened though?
Well, all right.
Billy
She's
would
going.
like to pour
Yeah.
out a mug of something for her and for him and just kind of slide it across and go, I think you really should take a drink before we talk.
He
And then she just downs her cup, like, boom, knocks it back.
he looks
And
he looks
like
unsure. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah.
Are you good? Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, he looks unsure as she like slides the cup over, and then as she like downs hers, he's well, if it's that kind of situation, and he does like clip clop over and pick up the cup and have a couple of sips, and actually goes, "Oh, this is pretty good." What ends up not as quickly as her, but fairly quickly downing the cup and looking around at the rest of them, like, I feel like you have very bad news for me. And sort of looking around, waiting.
I'll take a step forward and kind of kneel down, put the chest down in front of him, put my hand on the chest, like, he's dead. I'm sorry.
And he
He
still has the cup.
he tried to have us killed because we found he was hiding your Anitas. He was going to take them for himself, and all we could do was defend ourselves. Then bring your Anitas back.
He was planning on using your design. Like, we found a ruined prototype where he couldn't quite match your genius. And well, when we found out this information, we confronted him, and he did not take well to that. And when he attacked us, we did what we had to do.
We defended ourselves.
He was quite.
I got
formidable.
shot a lot with crossbows.
I got shot right here.
All
He
right,
did
my
manage to bring a lot of us down.
He was going to kill us.
He doesn't quite seem to know what to do with that information. He has his little hands on his puffy cheeks, sort of eyes glancing to and fro on the floor. I don't. You didn't have to kill him, did you?
He was going. Mira's like, he was. He was going to kill like at least 3 of us, if not more.
I don't.
Yes,
We-
I'm
we,
afraid we were all very close to seeing our end. And it was the last moment. He lost the battle instead.
He
of
had
us.
no compunction on ending our lives.
We did
she-
try to. Go ahead. Sorry, Tiki.
She swigs another drink.
We did try to. Well, I tried to talk and try to get him to stop. To cease his violent advances, and that, I think that just made it worse. Unfortunately, I'm upset because I didn't think that he was capable of such a thing. Like, stealing from you and then trying to take your design and then to threaten us with bodily harm when confronted. I was not expecting this sort of thing. And I know that this must be very difficult for you, Nestor, because I didn't know the fellow and it's still difficult for me.
I don't know where to go from here. We can't continue with the show. We can't at this. It can't.
What are you going to do now though? Like what are you going to do? Or are you just going to hide away your anitas because
No, I mean that you can't continue with the show. We can't have it today. Certainly, we have to go. We have to go to the constable or whatever the Greek equivalent of constable is.
Should say the
Yeah.
authorities. Yeah.
There you go. We have to go to
The
the
Shire
authorities. We
Reeve.
have to. We have to let them know what's happened.
surely you'll put in a good word for us, right?
I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. You'll have to tell them yourselves.
Okay,
I did.
but
I will go with you, but I don't know how this is handled. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. Not even with the socks.
What?
the
The socks
remember
with
the
sandals. It was referenced.
Foot
yeah,
tubes.
remember the
Foot
tube,
tubes.
yeah, the foot tubes.
The tube socks. So he kind of he looks up at the six of you expectantly, like let's go tell them what's happened. Are you gonna go with this?
Well,
I
don't
am
know any
not
better.
sure how Netris would do this. I don't know. I haven't thought about his opinion on the law.
Like, oh, you land dwellers and your weird laws. What's this?
It's fine. If he was gonna kill us, we killed him. And Alexis is not being gentle in any way, shape, or form. So we'll just talk to him and it'll be fine.
You may be right. You
Hmm.
may be right. I don't know how this is handled, but let's go. Let's go.
I have a bad feeling about this, but let's go. Anybody else have anything to say or not say?
Neris is going to. I guess he'll agree with the idea of going to the authorities. So yeah, he'll go. He won't try and stop the idea if that's what Nestor thinks is the best course of action.
Sure.
When in Greece.
Indeed, indeed, my friend.
If the Anatas fit.
Oh. All right, so Nestor's gonna usher the bunch of you out of the shop and we'll head, I don't know, 6 blocks down that beaten down dirt road. There are still some festivities going on. That guy who accosted you yesterday, trying to sell you an urn with your picture on it, comes up and he's like, you guys, you said tomorrow. Come on.
One moment, let us finish this errand, and we'll be back down this way.
All right, you promise. I'll see you.
Yeah.
Still working on trying to get paid.
All right.
Oh, we're going to jail.
I'm not going to jail. Fuck that. Shit to
So
do.
he leads you into a building that doesn't look terribly different than his own. It's whitewashed walls, nice blue roof, but the inside is much less purple and gold and tacky. It's just white for the most part. And you're met at a desk. Well, when you enter, there is a desk with bars basically. With a small opening towards the bottom. There's a person behind a woman who's basically a receptionist, and then on the right side of the desk there's a smaller waiting room, and then you see 2 doors on the back wall, presumably offices or perhaps jail cells. So you walk up to the lady at the desk. She
Yep.
she greets you as you come in. Hello. Can I? Can I? What? Is there more trouble at the festival again?
No, not exactly.
Locationally, no.
Nestor sort of pokes up from behind you guys, basically weaving between your butts to come up to the front desk there.
This guy's very butt focused, but yeah, okay.
I know, right? Uh, and he lets the lady at the counter know, like, there's been an altercation with these six and a member of the town. You lot explain it. I don't want to get the details wrong. And he kind of clams up and looks down and stands off to the side.
Okay, so we went to visit one of the shops outside of town, and
Dilly goes, you should say, you're leaving out why. We were hired by this guy
yes,
to wear a Natas today. And he was making some stuff. And when we came in the morning, because we were going to be a part of his fashion show, like we were ready to earn some money, and they were stolen. And so we followed the tracks, and it took us outside of the town. And then she kind of like, benches at the bar to say. And also, Asti is like she's pointing to everybody who did a whole bunch of good tracking, and then it's like, and it was confusing at first, but then we went into a building, and while we were looking around, they were a little mad at us for being there, but we were following our clues, and we recovered the stolen. And then she remembers the phrase. She goes, "Not Anatas," and unfortunately, the stolen goods were hidden apparently inside of the private property of, and she names the guy, because he was a jealous pig who was trying to steal Nestor's art.
in more or less words.
That sums it up quite nicely.
And then his big goons tried to kill us.
They're dead now.
And nearly succeeded. 4 of us were taken.
Charles just with the cut in. Yeah, they died.
The lady behind the desk sounds like she hasn't heard anything quite like this before, and at one point was kind of like, I don't see the issue. You shouldn't trespass. People are dead?
We've recovered the stolen items and given them back to our
Employer. But yes, we just wanted to let you know that something had happened. We wanted to, so there's not any confusion about what happened and why we were there, but that is what happened.
I got a reward now.
Oh, hold on a second. She like turns. Tacos! And
Mirror turns to crap.
Dilly.
No wait.
It's on the screen, bottom left.
Alexos. And she just turns to him and just
shut the fuck up, bro.
You're not helping.
So, hear a bit of shuffling, and one of the doors, the one closest to the bard room, opens up. Elias, do you have to yell like that all the time? And he notices, hot. Is the festival giving you guys trouble?
No.
Yes.
She talks.
There's this
looks-
one pot vendor that keeps trying to push.
This
This
one
very
pot
needy.
vendor. She looks at the receptionist like, should I repeat the story?
No,
for-
hold on, and she just waves her hand. You need to interview these 7 people. Someone died, and the story is someone's died. And
Listen,
you're turning yourselves in?
no.
No,
No,
but
it
it's not
wasn't.
a turn in effect.
We are
Nestor,
reporting
our-
the theft and recovery of the stolen items.
So I don't know why
Yes.
we're here.
Someone
Our
died.
employer, Nestor, thought it would be best if we brought this to your attention.
Yes, we
And
are
he-
trying to do right by the community.
Okay. So Tekos is looking. Everybody in the room looks confused. Let's be honest. Come on, you can. I'll sit you guys down. You can explain the story to me, and we'll see how it goes.
All right.
And
Dilly just says, "You got any more wine?" Because this is a long story.
I don't think you're gonna need that. I hope. Just come on. We'll iron out the details. So he shuffles. He goes back into his room, which the first room is apparently a hallway with a series of offices. Leads you into his office, and surprisingly, it's very cramped. Or unsurprisingly, it's very cramped with all 7 of you, in addition to this authority person in the room. He manages to sort of squeeze behind his desk and pull it a little bit closer to make room for everybody. And somebody get the door. Who's the leader?
I closed
here?
the door for him.
Thanks. Who's the leader here? Who's got the story straight?
Not
Dude,
me.
just-
I was shot 3 or 4 times and stabbed 3 or 4 times by this guy's men that we killed in self-defense. So I was on the ground bleeding out at the time.
So this is
Yes, he
a
was
theft.
unconscious quite a bit.
This is a theft and a self-defense deal, guys.
Not
So-
really.
It started out as a theft.
Everyone be quiet.
Okay, we're gonna let the Minotaur talk.
Oh dear.
The booming voice, everyone kind of like steps back.
So we were hired to find an item for Nestor here. After a little investigation, we made our way to a series of stores owned by a friend of business rival of Nestor's. Upon investigating the residence, we found the aforementioned item in his personal belongings. When he found that we had found the item, he attacked us and tried to murder us. We killed them in self-defense. The end.
So who's dead?
Address.
Address.
You're. He kind of points at Nestor. That's your buddy. Your butt buddy. Whoops. That's your buddy. What a.
When in Rome.
Unfortunately,
Grease.
Like grease. Get greasy.
sir, as we found out during our investigation, there was basically a one-sided friendship going on. Like he was very
And he kind of
jealous.
goes, "You're cute, but you're using too many words." And he points back to the Minotaur. What happened?
Address was buddying up to Nestor just to get close and try to steal his ideas.
Okay.
Dilly holds up the book and she goes, "Even researching him."
Okay. And he looks to Nestor and he's like, "And you brought everybody here because you just wanted it out in the open?" And Nestor's like, "Yeah. It was very confusing. I wasn't sure what was legal. I did hire them to go and get my creation, but I didn't know it would lead to all this." And he again quiets Nestor. He's like, "Okay. So you guys, I guess, did commit a murder of an influential man here in town, but
He almost killed me.
in self-defense." He kind of rubs his chin and he's like, "I have a problem right now, but with the festival, I don't have time to take care of it. Do you
What
think?
sort of?
Yeah, do you think you could take care of this problem for me? It's easy. It's a simple deal."
Well, okay,
And put all
sir.
that pot guy pots and get him out of town.
He knows
Sir?
exactly who you're talking about. It's good.
Sir, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, but can we be assured that we would not suffer any?
Yeah, cutie. Listen.
Cutie.
You guys didn't technically do anything wrong if you're telling the truth. But we can skip this whole investigation thing, which I should be doing. Investigate, make sure, check, with any witnesses to see that you're in the right here. We can skip all that if you will do me this favor.
What is the favor, sir?
All right, so you're not gonna believe it. It's real stupid.
After the days we've had, please, by all means.
Sounds like you're good at dealing with thieves. There's been a number of thefts on the beach, specifically, over the past 3 days during the festival. And all this idiot is stealing is bottles. All kind of bottles. I need you to find this thief because while it's just bottles, people don't like when their booze is taken during a festival, and I've gotten so many complaints. I'm pretty tired of it.
Oh, Dilly is now interested. Is someone is stealing wine?
Not just wine, all kinds of bottles, but there's a lot of them that have wine in them and various other things to imbibe. So, if you guys can find this guy for me, or at least some kind of clue, then we can skip the... And Nestor, he's got big eyes like, this is the law? What? Doesn't say any of this, but you can kind of tell from his expression, like, someone died and they're just getting... What? But he's quiet. So back to Tekos. How's that sound? It's pretty easy, right?
Galatea raises her hand.
Yes, darling, what?
Do we get to keep the tubes? We were told that we would get to keep the tubes.
That's not up. What tube?
I have a more
I think that's
important
a-
question.
Nestor is kind of throwing up. Shh! Be quiet! Don't reveal the secret early. What's wrong with you?
Oh, sorry.
And
Nothing.
this-
I have no further questions.
at this, Tekos kind of is like, looks at Nestor. Nestor's like, it's my new invention. Please keep it to yourself. That is between the 6 of them and myself. He turns to Gally like, I'm going to have to think about it. I will still pay you for finding them, of course, but I'm very torn. Adras was a good friend, I thought, of mine. I'll think about it while you do this for Tekos.
Right. Yes. Nestor, please get some rest.
That was my question. Is there a time frame on this? The clearing of our names, because I feel like a couple of us need a small rest before we leave.
He's like, I mean, there's 2 more days of the festival. I don't know if the guy's gonna hang around after that, but there surely will not be as many bottles to snatch. So he or she may leave town. Let's say probably 2 days.
All right. Well, we need to find accommodation so we can get fully rested, and then we will definitely get started right on this investigation, sir.
All right, let me hear. And then he even though he asked, I forget what, Elias not to yell. They're fine. Let them out. If you don't mind, you can let yourselves out. I got a lot of paperwork to do here.
Right, of course, sir. All right, let's go. She's just like trying to like get out of here.
Maris leaves as well.
Now we have to go buy that pot.
See, this is what happens when you talk straight to people. Don't use double speak. You get shit done.
Well, I was trying to help.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the lady at the desk does not stop you as you try and exit. She's just like, "Have a good time at the festival, everyone." Like she totally,
Thank you.
like she
We'll
totally
try.
forgot that you were there for possible murder. Just like, "Oh, you guys have a good one."
Whee!
As you exit the building, Nestor's kind of dragging his feet. And thank you all for coming down. I suppose I'm glad that went the way it did.
You couldn't have known, Nestor. You couldn't have known.
And he nods.
He did
and
have a good death.
he did what?
Alexis says he did have a good death. He was quite a warrior.
And he kind of gets a little teary eyed. I see.
Alexos.
That's good, I guess.
No.
I will use the next 2 days to decide what to do. I did already make the pants Anita to fit all of you, so it would be a waste to not use you as models still, I suppose. If you can figure out this in 2 days, maybe on that third day we can have the show.
You know what? I would like that. That would be, you know what? You deserve to have your fashion show still go on despite the ill tidings. She is trying to be gentle with this person who lost his friend who turned out to be a butthole. So, unlike everybody else.
Well,
Actually, I was going to say that Gally will also. She'll put a caring hand on Nestor's shoulder and lean down and tell him, "Though your heart may be torn, the Anatas are still intact, and you will be able to move forward from this, one leg at a time."
James.
James.
All right, so this particular adventure is now called One Leg at a Time.
Yes.
I'm
Oh
writing
my
that down.
God.
Hold on.
That's against the law. That's great. Lord have mercy.
No, it's beautiful. I love it. And perfect.
Everybody, my husband. There we go.
Woo!
All right. So, I'm still mind blown. I can't even. Game over. Done. No.
we win.
We win! Yay! You didn't even get to level.
Level 1.
Speaking of,
Level 2.
I had this planned in a different way, and you guys went. So the event that was supposed to level you to 2 has not yet happened.
Okay.
So let's keep going. You don't get to level yet. Sorry.
Yeah. Got him.
What now that okay, so you're outside with Nestor, and he looks real upset, but is sort of got his thoughts in enough order to be like, it'd be silly not to use you guys for the model. The pants are already done. So yeah, just kind of he writes himself and pats Gally's giant hand. This is probably like this big on him because he's teeny.
Like the size of his whole head.
Yeah, like thank you for your words of. That was actually pretty good. And he kind of a sad laugh and nods to himself, and he's like, "Good luck in your investigation. Yeah, you seem to be apt at finding things." And he nods, and I'll be. You know where to find me. And he sort of walks off and waves. And
Goodbye, Nestor. Please get some rest and have some more wine. That might help.
that is a good idea. And he kind of wanders off back to his shop and leaves the 6 of you to figure out what the fuck you're gonna do now.
All right. Well, I have a question. I guess we are in this together again. Should we regroup on the beach to have a longer sort of rest because poor Dilly is still looking a little rough, and I don't mean that in a mean way, Gilly. Dilly.
Yes,
I keep saying Gilly.
That's
Goodness gracious.
Galatea is Gilly.
Yeah.
Mila
Gilly,
is Dilly.
Gilly.
Goodness. How dare you? You're both confused.
I think it might be.
We don't do this to be
Yes, it should
intentionally
be.
obtuse, but it certainly does work out that way.
But yeah, well, what do you guys think? Should we regroup on the beach and have like a little sit down and relax and maybe since we'll be on the beach, maybe we'll catch a glimpse at our bottle thief. What do you guys think?
We've already been on the
I think that makes
beach.
sense.
Maybe we could stop around and see if people have any empty bottles.
Well, yeah, but
Formulate a trap.
Stack up a bottle trap, yeah.
what about your rest? Like you still look like you're pretty hurt.
I mean, just because we have the bottles doesn't mean we need to set the trap out just yet. I'm just saying, gather things while we're still in town instead of rushing later.
We could try to ask people in town if they are some of the victims of these bottle thieves. What about that?
That works for me.
We could ask around.
Okay.
Oh, what if we ask that 2 wine and ale salesmen
Mm-hmm.
that we met
Yesterday? Yeah, the alcohol vendors. I guess they would know if maybe they might have a lead for us.
That's a
That
good idea.
is the only person I can think of.
Yeah. And also when I go and buy that commemorative pot, I guess I'll ask him if he's also known. I made a promise.
God calls down from above and says, "You don't have to do anything you don't want to do."
Look, I know about the pantheon that we're basing this shit off of. Yes, you do have to say that you're gonna do something that you said you're gonna do, or they're gonna come and do something awful and ironic to
We
you.
make the rules now.
Look, I don't want to get taken advantage of by like a giant goose or something, so I'm gonna not.
Oof.
I'll keep my promises.
Are we not? We're not.
It was
Let's
a
not go there.
swan.
Yeah. Golden swan.
You never know. Oh no!
Wow, 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 wow.
Ugh.
And not even just normal, like a normal, like, huh, but like a, Yeah.
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 And not a huh.
Yeah. All right. So, you're heading for the wine shop, or you're making a stop off with Ern Guy?
I'm gonna make a stop off of the urn guy. It's going to be a nothing interaction. Let's just say that she bought an urn, so he'll leave them alone every time they walk by.
But it's a commemorative urn. He's got to
Yeah.
paint you all on it.
Yeah,
you.
she's yeah. It's gonna wait. How many people?
Yeah,
are-
let's go.
Wait,
So
hold on. Can we aside this? Like, if wait, maybe he has information. So while
Maybe.
they're
Urns are like pots, yeah.
yeah. So maybe while they're being painted, she's getting information. Like, can we use this as a tavern moment? Like, I don't want to
Investigative
actually.
moment.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I would like to do
You can
with the
try.
urn guy. Oh, we have to actually do. Never mind. I just wanted to see if we could.
I just wanted to see if we could cheat.
I will let
Yeah,
you know now. And
yeah.
actually, the guy, when you pass by again, and you start to be like, okay, let's do this. And he's like, all right, it's going to take like 45 minutes. Do you have 45 minutes for this
40?
man?
She looks at the party.
Yeah.
Do we have 45 minutes, guys?
I think we could better spend our time someplace else.
I think vessels are nice, and I would enjoy having one commemorating our not dying.
Yeah, we and she
subsequent
looks
murder.
at Alexos. So we just had a glorious moment and we should have it commemorated. Right?
Right. He's like, were we not doing this?
All right. So yes, we have 45 minutes. Paint
All
the
right.
pot.
All right. So he makes a big show of it, probably an unnecessarily large show of being just like very flu, and sometimes he'll flourish the brush for a couple of ink spatters for detail and like switch hands, like, check it
Ooh.
out, I can paint with both hands, I am that cool. So not only
Oh
are you
my
getting a
gosh.
commemorative pot, you're getting kind of a show.
It's
Oh,
like going to
nice.
one of those Japanese steakhouses.
Yeah, it's hibachi, but on an urn.
Yeah,
And
hibachi,
you don't
hibachi,
eat it.
but urn
Oh.
painting.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
This is festive, although instead of smelling like, really nice rice and meat, it smells like paint.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna
Yeah.
paint. Sorry.
Okay,
And,
so
like,
while
lacquering
he's
fluid.
painting, oh yeah, that stuff stinks. While he's painting, she, like she's not like talking loudly, but just like keeping still and just being like, have you heard anything?
Ha!
Blah blah
Artist
blah.
at work,
Oh,
ma'am.
She's like, right. My roommate is an artist, so I understand.
Your siren roommate.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So he goes on doing his little show, and it actually takes less than 45 minutes. He was embellishing a little
Wow.
bit to, sort of make sure that you guys would stick around,
Yeah.
Make sure it was worth it to us. I understand.
Yeah.
not waste his time and whatnot. So he finishes in probably like 25 minutes actually,
Ooh.
and he takes it and he sets everything out, makes sure the brushes will be cleaned properly, and he swirls it like base in one hand, sort of swirls the handles, and he shows it off, and he's like, "Hey, worth the wait, right?" And he actually has done a pretty good job considering urns of representing each of the 6 of you
Nice.
on this, maybe dish big urn.
Oh, this is cool. Oh, very nice. You are very skilled at your craft. She pays him, of course, and she's very happy with her urn.
See, totally worth the wait. Yeah.
Totally worth the wait.
What's up?
Dilly has a question for the guy.
All right. He's not working anymore.
Yes.
Maybe he'll answer your question.
Well, yeah, no, she's got a question.
Yeah.
The question is like, so where do you get your stock for your inventory?
My urns?
Yeah, do you make them or do you buy them?
For the most part, I have a supplier. You can see, and he kind of pulls back a screen, and there's a bunch of pretty much the same urn. There's like a sort of a thin type, and then there's a sort of a fat type, and that's really it as far.
We got
there-
the 15 lira, the 30 lira.
Yeah. Are there a lot of potters in the town or just like one?
I don't know. I'm not from here. I travel with
Oh, you're here just for the festival.
Yeah.
Did you buy these pots here, or did you get your inventory here so you didn't have to travel with it, or?
No, most of the time I get them from a couple towns over, Milikos.
Okay.
If you've heard of that place.
You don't have
No,
bottles or anything, do you? I think
No.
I pick up what Dilly's putting down.
Yeah, the closest I have is he pulls out one of the sort of like more slender urns, and it's more like a vase, It's not quite a bottle.
That's fair.
Okay.
What are you looking to buy some vases or urns, or what's up, guys?
Well, just kind of wondering because we were hearing some funny rumors about some missing like and she's trying to be as vague as possible, like containers, like some, like we didn't experience this ourselves last night when we were enjoying a bonfire on the beach. Nobody took my wine, but we've been noticing
Because they'd be dead.
that
They'd be dead.
no, I would just find them.
That's somehow worse.
She's like, I know, I'll follow the scent of my wine.
All right.
So she's like, but we just heard this really funny rumor, and I was wondering, like, well, what do you do when you finish your urn full? You either get it refilled or you get rid of it. But if you get rid of it, it's always a market for like secondhand items and things like that. And I was just wondering if maybe you purchased your stuff secondhand.
Not usually. I usually get them from the one town, and it's a little bit of a pain to travel with so many urns. But I like to have the quality, so that it's basically a souvenir. You don't want your souvenir to break, because a lot of people are here from out of town too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's like, and they're very fine. So I was just curious.
But about the first day I got into town, I did have somebody poking around. Suspiciously, like they didn't walk up and talk to me. They weren't interested in my product, if you will. They just kind of like poked in through the back of my little stand here, and then we're just looking. I didn't think anything of it. It was like a maybe a kid, maybe a shorter fellow like yourself. I don't know.
Did you
Billy's
happen to
not short. Yeah.
catch their hair color or anything like that? Or?
Nah.
Okay.
Were they human?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Just smaller.
By the way, Dilly's
Well,
not short.
That's every.
Oh,
How tall are you?
Yeah, how tall are you?
Oh, it's on her character sheet because like satyrs can be up to a certain interesting height.
My
So
bad, my bad.
yeah,
That's okay.
she
You're all still
is.
short to me, except for the
She's five.
Minotaur. He's still
She's 5. She's 5'7", so she's 2 inches
Oh
taller
no,
than I am personally.
minuscule.
You ain't short. Never mind. Throw that
Yeah.
part of the sentence out. He was incorrect.
Yeah, yeah.
Meanwhile, he says short people. I'm
maybe
just like, well,
maybe
that's
he points
everybody.
at Alexos. Shorter, but like yours.
Yeah. Yeah, Alexos is definitely short.
Oh,
5'1".
manlet. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
What? I like that word. It's cute. Manlet.
Manlet.
Sounds like something that you should wear to a saucy puppet show.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would wear a manlet to a puppet show.
I don't like that.
I don't know how that's
I don't
gonna
like
work.
that.
That's a Futurama reference, everybody. Saucy puppet
Mhm.
show.
All right, and that's really all he has. He didn't really see the person. He just kind of like
Mhm.
they were not exactly cloaked, but it was hard to see them for some reason.
Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you for the urn as well. Thank you.
Of course, I mean you paid for it, so like
Well, yeah,
thank
but
you.
I'm still gonna thank you. Goodness.
Let your friends know. And look, everybody, look how great quality this is, and kind of like points you out and everything. And people around are like, "Fuck off! We heard you make vases. Chill out."
It's a pot. Big fucking deal.
All right. And if you're done there, then the wine stand you went to is only a couple blocks further up the street.
Yep.
Let us
I will go
Maybe
talk to my
later.
friend.
So as you approach, he recognizes you. It's like,
Oh yeah.
I see
Oh,
you.
I'm gonna hold up my flagon and be like, I need a refill. And
Uh,
What's
I
that?
got some hot gossip.
As we get closer, Davis is gonna take his like backpack, type thing, and move it so that it's on the front of his body, sort of like you see high schoolers
A front
sometimes
back.
do. Yeah.
Okay.
Like a baby Bjorn.
Yeah. With my backpack and stuff in that.
My backpack. Okay. Yeah, he definitely recognizes you and gets that kind of like eyebrow waggling, like, hey, expression back on his face. It's like, I was wondering where you were. It's been a bit today. It's getting kind of late for you, huh?
She kind of nods and she goes, "Yeah, I really should have gotten my morning top off, but we were on a task and now we're on a new one." And she just kind of leans in. She goes, "I hear that there's been some interesting skullduggery on the beach recently. Not that we've seen anything, but has anybody been trying to steal your bottles?"
How did you know about that?
And she just smiles and just kind of slides her flagon. And it's like,
I could tell you if my cup was full.
yeah.
All right, you cheeky. And he reaches back and grabs one of the favorite things you've been getting, fills it up pretty good.
Yeah.
How did you hear
And
about
she
that?
kind of leans in. It's like, well, we've been hired by. She mentions the constabulary.
Mhm.
It's like we did such a good job on our other task that
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, we
recovered
technically got
recovered
it.
some stolen goods, and so like they're just checking us out to see if we can do it again. But like we were on the beach last night, and nobody stole my wine, so I was just kind of wondering, like, how I've been hearing full bottles have been stolen, so I was wondering if maybe your inventory has been pecked at.
It has. Got a couple of my best things nicked
No.
yesterday.
And she's
yeah.
just like, she just like full sympathy of like, you don't. Oh
How
my
could this
gosh.
happen? Yeah, yesterday.
Yes, that is terrible.
It was a couple hours after you guys came by. And
Really?
Yeah, and he kind of looks suspiciously across the way at Snooty McSnooter Wine Face. He's like,
Mhm.
I thought it was that guy, because we've been kind of in a competition here. and yeah, Richie Rich bullshit is his thing. Well, I like to have good, affordable drink from my friends here, and I figured, he was maybe trying to take my good stuff so to get rid of the competition, but I didn't have any proof. Have you heard anything? Do you think?
Well, what I've heard, the rumor that I've been hearing is that people's drinks of all sorts have been disappearing from their baskets on the beach. So it's not just the vendors, and that's if there was a lot of bonfires last night. So that's a lot of inventory to be hiking off with. So especially with sometimes like who would steal an open bottle, you don't know what people have been drinking out of or what's been on their lips before they drink it. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
You got backwash to worry about.
All I had taken here was closed stuff that was still corked up. Some of it was still waxed over even. I don't But just open stuff? Why would you steal open bottles?
People not paying attention.
Maybe you like glass. Or ceramics.
I guess I don't know.
And it's not just the wine. It's like even the harder fermented stuff.
That's real strange. I hope you figure it out, because if any of more of my stuff gets stolen, I'm gonna be pissed off. But it was just last night for me, and honestly, I'm probably gonna close up early tonight, so I don't have to worry about it again. I haven't had anything else that I've checked on been stolen today.
Oh, well, how about we we'll guard the front if you want to check your inventory right now and see if anything's been nicked while I enjoy this nice cup you just gave me. And she just kind of leaves a little tired.
Gives her
Because I could use some rest. We've been really busy.
Gives her a once over, and he looks at everybody else. And anybody else need anything to drink before I go?
I will take a little bit of some.
Sure.
Of course.
Yeah. No?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I'm still broke.
Oh.
Still haven't gotten paid.
Yeah, funny how that works. All right, so he does his normal spiel you guys saw him do before, and kind of goes through and has everybody pick out what they want and gives them a nice top off, and it's a couple. Gosh, I forget what I charged you last time, but it's that again.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was gone for just a second, but I wanted to know if the our nice vessel that we just got purchased for us was still empty.
Yeah, the urn.
I tap it. I look at him and I tap it.
That's a lot of booze.
I tap it again.
I don't think we can afford that much booze, though.
Oh.
I think what it is, I want a lot of eggs and bacon. I want all of the bacon.
I worry you misunderstood me.
Both eyebrows go up, and he gives her a "is that so?" kind of look. Well, who am I to deny a pretty lady? And he gets whatever you picked last time. Still this?
Oh, please.
Yes, and he pours it, and it gets empty. And he sets the bottle aside and reaches for another one and almost empties that one into his urn.
It's gonna be a good night.
Oh, jeez.
And that is.
Listen, you bring your own cup to the vendor.
That is a bit more than you paid previously. But not as much as you think it ought to be.
That's why I like these festivals.
This guy is a shameless man.
He likes giving pretty ladies booze, and I can respect that.
So,
and Dilly's just kind of leaning, across, cleavage is out, so he's just kind of smiling and sipping.
Before
he heads off, check your inventory.
Yeah, before he heads off, he tops her off again. Just and then sets everything. To be fair, he sets it out of everybody's reach, and then it heads into the back, which isn't, it's basically like a tarped off room. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a serious building here.
Well, that's a good lead.
Okay, good.
I've now makeshifted a rope handle around the lip of this vase so that I can heft it.
Perfect.
You know, like one of those big sake jugs.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Nice.
I look at the rest of the party and go like, so who wants to talk to that guy? And then I just kind of motion to the other wine cellar, like see if any of his inventory's been stolen. I know he doesn't like talking to me.
Yeah,
Who
I can
was it
go.
that talked to him last time?
It was me.
Yeah,
Was
she
it-
went and bought. She bought from both vendors.
Yep. Because apparently Mirror hates money. But yeah, well, I'll go talk to the other vendor and see if he's had anything taken from him. So she fucks off to the other vendor. If she's like, if anyone wants to come with, come with.
I'll go with you.
Okay.
Or I should say, Nerus is going to go with you. How's that?
All right.
This guy is way less friendly, as you may recall, and just kind of looks down his nose at you as you approach. And yes, hello.
Hello. It's nice to see you again.
Can I help you?
Yes. First of all, do you have any more of that delicious mead that you had the last time yesterday?
Yes, yes, of course. And he turns and he grabs up the bottle and do you have your own?
Vessel.
I don't remember. Good. Did I have my own cup?
Yeah, you did. I think you bought a bottle, so you should still have some left. Like you should.
Yes. Okay.
Because our bottles weren't stolen, so
She produces the bottle that she got. Can you top me off?
Yes, I suppose. And this seems very strange to him, but he actually just produces out of nowhere a funnel and pops it in the top of your bottle and
Hell
fills
yeah.
that up. And
Thank you very much, sir. So while he's pouring, I've been hearing some disturbing rumors. Have you had any? Like a friend of mine had her bottle purloined from her. Have you had any sort of incident like that happen with you?
goodness, no. Have you looked behind my stand? And they've been inconspicuous up to this point, but there are two burly dudes behind his stand, like slightly peeking out the sides, keeping an eye on things.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad that you have ample protection for your wares. I'm since I since you have such a nice product, I just wanted to make sure that nothing strange was going on around here.
It gives her kind of an odd look, but thank you. That's oddly kind of you.
What can I say? I love this mead that you have on hand.
Hmm.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hmm. Yes, of course. Does your friend need anything?
Are you going to be having a drink today?
Yeah, sure. I will have a drink. Whatever you think is best.
Whatever I think is best.
Well,
Dealer
whatever.
recommend.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't have anything that's not good, of course. What do your
course.
tastes lean towards? Would you like something sweeter, something dry? That's
More
a joke
sweet.
because you're a fish man.
It is. And thus,
Ah,
a sweet drink, I believe.
All right, and he kind of pushes forward the half-empty bottle of meat that he just emptied. Have you tried your friend's meat?
I don't believe so.
Didn't. I would recommend that you try it. It is very nice. Goes down smooth.
He says, I have on special just now a half-empty bottle of mead if you would like to purchase it.
Nerus kind of looks at it for a second. He's, okay, that works for me.
Excellent. And the price is still a little steep, but less than it ought to be in the fact that it's on special, as he says. So there you go.
Okay.
You've both
he's the kind of
purchased
guy
it.
who gives you a 2% discount.
Or maybe he thinks fishmen are cute. You don't know. Can I help you all with anything else? Perhaps some
Well,
variety?
I was gonna ask. I look at the two gentlemen in the back. I ask, has your guards noticed anybody who has been looking around, maybe suspiciously at your various jugs and bottles?
Looking at your jugs.
Look at your jugs. Uh,
Hey.
not that I've noticed. They haven't mentioned anything. I imagine, at least I hope, anyone who might consider poking their nose around here where it doesn't belong would get a look at the two of them and change their mind quite quickly.
Well,
know.
yes, but maybe they saw someone and that person just ran away. Has there been any suspicious people? I sort of look at the two guards like I'm more talking to them than I am to the shopkeep.
And that's basically what he tells you to do. He's like, they haven't told me anything. They probably, if they saw anything, they thought was important, they would tell me. But if they saw anything they didn't think it was important, that's still up in their heads. Maybe you'd like to talk to them.
Okay, I would like that. Are they like far away? Do I need to like walk away
No,
to
it's
go
just-
talk to
it's-
them, or are they just
It's a stand. You can just beep 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 beep, like 4 steps over, around the end of it.
okay? Then yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. And the guy, he's basically been listening, and he kind of goes, "Hey,
Hi, how are you?
work, you know."
I was wondering, have you seen any people or suspicious types that maybe want to steal stuff as if they were interested in the bottles that you keep?
Let me be honest. Everybody's a suspicious type around here. Everybody's fucking drunk all weekend. I can't tell the difference between any of them. I ain't seen nothing really not like what you're describing.
Fair enough.
Okay, well, I thank you for your time.
That's it. Snooty man and his guards is so useless.
Boo, we should stop buying from him.
Ooh, eat the rich.
Oh, I was just gonna say that.
Alright, I wasn't going there, but here we are.
We just burned one.
We did.
Yeah,
Technically.
we did.
You did.
Barbecue.
Yipes. Yipes. You're also
I mean,
Yikes, stripes.
monstrous people. I mean, we probably could eat them.
bigger
Probably could have been
yipes.
disgusting.
As a siren, you probably have eaten them.
She's not showing her full power level. She's being
It's-
very, very nice.
It's not
Just
even
sit-
weird for you to say eat the rich.
She's just like, yeah, whatever. What do you? Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't she eat the poor too then?
Yeah,
She'd eat the
probably.
charmed.
Eat the everybody.
I mean, look, you listened to my song and you came over here. If you get eaten, that's on you.
I
I'm
gave
gonna
you a
start
nice song.
punching.
I deserve a meal.
Oh man. All right, so having spoken to these bottle mans, he comes. Our more jovial friend comes back out conveniently after you've done speaking with Snooty McSnooterson. Reports that there's nothing else missing.
Good. Good, good.
So, if we're done here,
I guess so.
all right.
I think so.
Although, no, I can't think of anything.
Do you have any empty bottles you're willing to part with?
I mean, most of the time I refill them. If you want to pay me a little bit for them, we could see, but
What if we bring them back?
what are you going to do with them?
Use them as bait.
What if they get stolen?
Try to find the other
You
ones.
can't bring it back.
I don't have any money.
What? If we rent them from you?
I'll pull out the like the Gladius style longsword I have and just put it on the counter and be like, how about you hold on to this as collateral?
Is that a good idea?
You could probably sell it for a couple coins.
Rose, is that a good idea?
Buddy, is this
He
your
doesn't
only
know.
weapon?
No, I pulled like the big axe off my back.
Oh. I mean, I guess so. And he turns around
Listen.
and grabs like 3 bottles, puts them on the counter.
I'll try to bring him back one piece, but you know.
Okay. He
Sure.
seems just confused, but is pretty sure that he can get more for this sword than the 3 bottles he just gave you, so goes with it.
So I put them in my pack, wrap them so they don't like clink together and break in my bag.
All right, if that's all you got for bottle guys, what else do you want to do? What's your next turn?
Set the trap.
We have to discuss what the trap is first.
We set the bottles out, and when someone comes to steal them, we hit them.
Pretty much. That's pretty much it.
Good
Yeah,
plan.
but oh my gosh.
I'm gonna sort of look through my bag and make sure my bottle is still there.
It is. It is still there.
Okay.
Roll me a perception check, investigation check. You roll a 3.
Investigate
My
my own
bottle's
backpack.
missing. It's really obviously there.
It's stuck on the end of your finger.
Where's my bottle?
Yeah, it's still there.
Okay, cool.
So you're going to come up with a plan, a trap, if you will?
Yeah. All right. Who has rope, pitons, and do we have like a tarp?
There's no doors. We don't need pittons.
We want to climb.
Pitons are for
Rock.
doors.
Pittons are
Climbing
for
rats.
doors.
You want to try to set this trap? Like, if I thought we had to go back to the beach because that's where a lot of the thefts were taking place.
Oh, that's where we're gonna go. We're gonna dig a hole.
Oh, we're gonna go dig a hole in the
Yeah,
beach.
yeah.
I don't
have
think.
pittons, but I do have rope.
It's gonna be some low tide, high tide interrogation shit.
God, I was like, I don't think there's such thing as a tarp, but like somebody open up their toga and we'll just spread it
All
out
right.
on the.
Listen, I've got a bedroll. Put the bedroll over the hole.
Yeah.
Put the bottles on the bedroll. Fill them with water and put like a primitive cork in it so they look like they're still full.
I do have 10 pittons, by the way. There we go. If we actually need them.
Are you discussing all of this just in between the 2 wine
Oh
faces?
no, absolutely not.
I would guess
I
we're
thought-
on our way back to the beach.
Yeah,
I-
walking back towards the beach area. Just making our way back through town. Making
yes,
our way
we are-
downtown.
Discussing it, out in the open, certainly. I mean, who cares about that?
Mhm.
Really? I don't know. I don't think it's wise to discuss like a trap plan like out in the open. We don't know who's listening or watching.
Bottle man sees everything.
How about let's just say they were trying to like talk and see what they were going to do next, and anytime that they tried to talk about what like a plan, she's like, let's talk about that once we get to where we're going, guys.
Yeah.
You're taking from a
Yeah.
criminal conspiracy.
Mhm.
Well, yes, I am.
We come back to what was his name? What was his name?
Tekos?
He's not a constable.
Police?
Tekos. We come back to Tekos later. We're like, so we murdered that bottle thief. He's like, hold on.
We have
Again,
one solution and it's murder.
Oh my god. I'll be right back.
You have a
This is
problem
that,
that-
but unironically.
Before
When you have a hammer,
I
every
guess-
problem's a nail.
it's almost 7. Do we want to just take a break?
Yeah, that
We can
sounds
do
about-
that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Then let us do that, and we're back in like 10 or 15 or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Ew.
Goodbye for now.
For now.
They're having a long rest.
And now we return to Mystery
Scheduled
Science
program.
Theater. One shot 1,000. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I just mixed like 3 different things together and it didn't mix well.
Yeah. Someone used to mix their sodas when they were a child, and it shows.
Michelle doesn't like soda.
Nah, but did you when you were a child?
No.
Wow.
I once mixed a Sprite and a Coke just to see. Wasn't bad.
Went down the line, tried everything.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out just tastes like concentrated syrup, which honestly, that's the purest form of soda. So
Yeah, pretty
we
much.
have these drinks,
you.
and we have
Bless you.
bless you. We have bottles, and we have a beach,
Oh, let's go to the beach.
right? Yeah,
Shit.
beach time. Shit,
Okay.
no.
No, every time I say let's go to the beach, I obviously think of the song.
Let's go to the beach.
Let's have a good time.
Starships are meant to fly, man.
Starships were meant to be on the beach, so I'm gonna put you back on the beach really quick. But you can move yourselves after I'm done, and you can.
Hey,
Welcome back to the
Right on the
beach.
beach.
There are more people here than there were earlier, obviously, because it's still festival week or day or 5 days or whatever many days this festival is, and you know, just hanging out on the beach, having their own little bonfires, drinking their own little drinks. No children. It's after children hours.
nice.
What time do you say it is?
After children hours, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kids go to bed when the sun goes down.
The kids go to bed when the sun goes down. I'll make it a little bit darker. How about that?
Not in Spain, they don't.
Listen, we're not in Spain right now.
Until like 11 o'clock.
It's a little bit darker.
Ooh, very nice.
Here, the rains in Spain fall mostly on the plain.
I've heard that too.
So, are we
On the
planning a
beach.
trap tonight, or are
Yes.
we going to do it tomorrow?
Yes.
What are we doing?
Yeah, let's wrap this up.
Do you want to plan
I
a
say
trap
we
tonight?
just start it now.
Heck yeah, let's lay some bottles out.
You mentioned a pit and some pittons, right? What was your plan with that? Did you take
Mhm.
a hole and put
Yeah.
pittons in the bottom of it?
So, hear me out. We have the bottles sitting on a cloth with sand over top of it, pittons on each side so that it's just in there enough. And then when they go to get the bottles, they fall into a 10-foot hole that we constructed.
Oh, it is
Trapped.
10-foot hole, 10-foot deep hole in sand.
Can't be that
Yeah,
hard.
I might fill it with water.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's even better.
So then they're in a water hole.
A water hole.
We dig
Yeah,
a well. Well water for everybody.
Salt water
Oh,
on
so-
beach.
Salt water, well water.
It's like, yeah, but you can't breathe water. So we would win. So we should do that.
Probably.
Mhm.
We're not trying to kill any more people on purpose.
Okay.
Are we not trying to kill more
Okay.
people? I mean,
Well,
Okay, okay.
look,
let's
if they,
find out. You didn't say they had to be alive. As long
yeah,
as
but
the bottle theft stop.
if it's look, they're just taking bottles. Does that warrant killing them? It's just bottles. Let's just take them in and figure out who's doing it. Take them in. I need the Mirror's voice back on. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't necessarily need to just go in clubs a bashing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
A hole.
Saying is wrong.
I look down to my club and back up at you, and my eyes squint, and I just say, okay.
Turn a phrase. I'm just saying, like, we don't need to drown the person.
Completely.
I don't
Cool.
think someone's going to drown in a 10-foot hole.
You never know. What if they're really short?
Oh, they are children, right? Okay, we'll make it an 8-foot hole.
I don't know if it's a child. And do you want to drown children?
No, I never said I wanted to drown children. Why are we talking about drowning children? How did we get here?
How did we get here? It was all because of the hole. Like, we don't
I
need to
just
drown.
want them not to be able to get away when they try to steal our bottles.
I understand that, and I don't want there to be any accidental fatalities. Right?
Well, what if
Right?
we
She's looking around at the party like no accidental fatalities, right?
Yes, I agree with
Silence.
you on that issue. I
Hmm.
agree.
So
Let's
how would we
not
stop
kill
them?
too many people.
Yeah, no, you're right. We shouldn't kill too many people. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I mean,
Besides the ones that we already killed.
well, yeah, but they kind of were asking for it by hitting us, so
They did shoot us without any real good reason.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so that's a different situation. So what we should do, so we should set our trap, but set it up in a way that there won't be any maybe accidental drowning, just in case this is, you know, the drink vendor had mentioned that it was a smaller type person, so it could be just an overzealous child, or it could just be a short folk person.
Well,
We don't want
what?
to drown them. We may need to get to the bottom of what they're doing, or just turn them immediately into the authorities.
Okay, well, what if we just leave them, or if we catch them, we have someone sort of standing guard. That way, they'll be seen if they try anything. We can all take a
Ga-
nap here and
Galatea has already drawn out a complex snare that would catch them in the cloth as it wraps kind of like a bindle as it falls into the hole. And then she just like
A
looks.
bindle trap.
Mhm. And then the Pitten keeps the rope from getting, pulled into the hole with it. And she just looks
Interesting.
down and she looks up and looks down and it's just like, yeah, you're right. It's too much. And just like kicks it with her foot and, covers up the sand.
yeah,
Anybody else have any
we can just stand guard.
okay.
Although whoever is standing guard needs to look like they're asleep.
We can tie the bottles to our bodies.
Like an
That
alarm?
might work.
Yes. Lay some bells on them.
Okay. Well, who's going to be the sleepy trap?
I can
Is
go
anybody
first. I don't
volunteering?
sleep very long.
Dilly kind of volunteers. It's like, honestly, it would be better if the person who has the bottle is actually asleep and that the others are watching.
Okay. All right. I guess this is what we're gonna do. Now, unless anybody has any other suggestions or concerns or anything like that, what say the group, the
Yeah.
consensus?
It works for me.
Sure.
All right.
Dilly takes a moment to tie like a piece of twine around like the one of the little loops on the urn and just kind of like string it, just kind of wrap it around at her wrist, and then ties a bunch of like seashells, and she just spends time as she's drinking, like just noisy shit that goes click clack along the whole strand, and that just kind of wraps that part around her arm, and then like has the twine in the part where she's gripping the urn, so that when she's asleep, she's hugging it like a teddy bear, but her hand is kind of covering where the twine is connected to the urn. And then if her arm is
Nice.
pulled, it'll just drop her arm, and then that'll make a bunch of noise.
Nice.
Are you using just the urn? Or are you using the bottles that Tharos traded for?
Yeah, why would we be using the urn? They said no urns were stolen. It was just
No
bottles.
worries. Okay, well then she'll do that. Then.
Also, that's my alcohol drink. You back off.
So are you going to be the trap then?
I sleep holding the urn close to my chest. No one's allowed to have it but me.
So you're the trap.
I mean, sure.
Okay.
But again,
so then,
I will point out, as a player, we were told that bottles were stolen. We were told nothing about urns being stolen, and the urn guy said he hadn't reported anything stolen. And he's
Alright.
probably one of the only urn guys in town.
yeah.
So
But yeah, but we
Urn
could do the
guy.
same kind of thing, like with a bottle, have it in their hand, and like how a drunk falls asleep, like there, and it's just that the string is hidden, but the arm is just kind of like looks like it's got a bracelet of shells or something on it. So
Yeah, for sure. Is Delilah the only one who's gonna have a bottle trap? You do have 3 bottles.
I think
I'm going to
anybody
be
who's
in
holding
the,
a bottle should have the trap.
Yeah, I'll
I'm gonna be
I'll
in
do
the
this.
watch crew.
Okay, if you take the first watch for 2 hours, I'll take the next 2. I'll be second watch.
yeah, Alexis would watch. He's definitely not going to be a part of the trap.
That's for the common folk.
No, you don't want him to be doing it.
Yeah, I'll have a bottle. I'll throw my bedroll out, pretend to be asleep.
I
So
can I
so
make a
so
okay.
the ones with horns are holding the traps. Who else? The big
Yes.
stone lady.
Sure.
Oh man,
Yeah.
Jilly's gonna be the one to get her bottle stolen because she's the least threatening.
Yeah.
So is it will the trap wake you up, or are you guys not going to be asleep to begin with?
Oh, Jilly plans on sleeping. That's why she offered to like put bells and shit on stuff.
If you
Okay.
asked that in character, you would know that the Galatea was already halfway through the urn. What?
Yeah, you'll be out.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think anything will wake you up.
Jilly's constitution with drink is better than that, but she's kind of selfish about this part, so she's like, I just want to sleep. But if something like drags her arm off, it'll probably wake her up. That's her plan. Is that she's gonna get yanked awake.
What she needs to do is leave a little left in the bottle. That way she's vested.
No. How about she's double fisting? She's got a bottle,
Christ.
but she's got her urn.
Okay.
The bottle's full, the urn is not. Or sort of. She always leaves a little in the bottle.
Gotcha. I think we've sufficiently set this up.
All right.
Yep.
So, Tharos, Dilly, and Galatea have traps on them,
Yes.
Yes.
and we have 2 people standing 2 2-hour watches.
No. There's 3 of us standing watch.
Okay.
See, Turf is on the beach. They're the traps. Surf is.
Turf is
How did
bait.
this happen again? How did this happen
Surf bait.
again?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's say that your watches are a little longer than 2 hours then, because that's only 6 hours.
Sure.
Okay. So then, if we want, I guess we can have nightfall. Let's do some nightfall. You ready for that?
Oh yeah.
Hey guys, it's dark. Boop.
We should have lit the campfire.
My God.
I guess I could do that for you. Can I do that for you? Yeah. This is silly. I shouldn't be doing this. Light color. Ta-da.
Very cool.
Anywho. So, first watch. Who was it?
That'd be me.
Sir,
Yeah,
Okay. Would you like to roll a perception check for me?
sure.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, are you all
All of
staying
us are
awake?
just-
No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
You can't
No?
all stay awake
Just
for the
mirror.
same watch.
Okay.
First
You have
Right?
to alternate
then
watches.
I,
Yeah.
I took
That's why I said
second.
I was first.
Otherwise, you won't get a long rest.
I was just telling you not to roll because I'm rolling. It's the first watch. There you go.
There we go.
Modern day perception.
15.
And okay.
18. I keep looking at the die.
I
Anyhow.
got the wisdom.
18 is pretty good. However, aside from a couple people still milling about in the early-ish late evening, you know, you don't really
Yeah.
see much. It's actually kind of nice out now that the festivities are dying down. It's a nice lapping of the waves, a nice cool breeze. Couple people over by the rocks, by that rocky embankment over there, you know, maybe being a little bit personal. But other than that, you don't see anything really.
He would definitely avert his eyes. I don't know how they do this here. Okay. Well, if it's uneventful, then I'll just pass on to the next watch. Then I don't want to do anything.
Okay. Does anybody snore?
It's a good
Dilly.
Theros.
question.
Hell
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Galley a little bit, but not nearly as much as Dilly.
Entirety of turf now.
Team Turf.
Yeah, she's like
Yeah.
very undelicately sprawled, you know, like she's got him fisted in her armpits and her head's like cocked to the side, and then she's just just
Perfect.
completely
nice.
oblivious.
You observe that Team Turf is a musical log sawing cacophony.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then you switch out.
Yeah. With Neris, right?
Yep, I'll take second.
Cool.
And you said just a perception check?
Yes.
Nice.
Nat 20.
Oh
For
yeah.
a total of 22. When you wake up, those people by the rocks are still going at it. From
Okay.
over here, though, you can tell there are like 5 of them.
Oh, damn.
Why they chose rocks?
Grease.
You're not sure. Maybe if you squint, if you really look at it like a big perv, you can tell that they have like a strange blanket swing setup going on. So it's not just rocks.
Wow, just like right there on the beach. Wow.
Right there on the beach. Amazingly, they're keeping pretty quiet. Because they're not that far away from
Right
you.
in front of my salad.
Right in front of your salad.
Mm.
Right in front of your seaweed salad.
Right. Yeah.
But that, my friend, is all you see, even with that wonderful roll.
Okay.
Anything else you want to do?
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. I guess it's time for my my watch time. And just to verify, it's perception check, correct?
Yes. Okay. At some point during the night, you think you might have seen something move quickly by, but that's really it. They don't seem to stop and really look at you. It seemed like they maybe had come from town into the water, and then disappear into the
so
waves.
they like disappeared into the waves.
Mhm.
Just so I saw something that kind of like I didn't catch what it was, but I knew that something was moving quickly and into the water, correct?
Yes. For all you know, though, it could have been like a 6 going to join those people over there.
Yeah.
Nah, they're done at this point.
I was
It's-
like, damn.
It's been 6 hours. They're done.
All right.
God bless. Get some water in you.
Yeah, seriously. Guys, break time. We have to hydrate.
So for the most
Oh,
part,
there's
the
some
night actually passes without much to do about anything.
Okay. Yeah, I do not do anything. Just watch.
Yay! Wait a minute.
What's up?
Waiting.
Very cool.
Dilly Dilly has popped up as druid level 3. I
Nope.
linked you to level 2.
I don't know.
Did you pull directly from D&D Beyond?
I copied
You have
the
to.
link that you gave
Because
me.
I pre-prepped D&D Beyond for the next time I level.
Oh.
So I sent you the link for 2. I'll go
Well, the
change
links
that if
don't
that.
change.
Yeah.
Okay. So
So
let me
like
go check
whatever
that
the
out then.
address is, it will always be the same.
Oh,
At least I
okay.
think.
I'll go edit that character real quick. Hold on. I didn't realize that. I was just
Yeah, the link
shopping around.
just links to the active sheet online. So if you changed it to level 3 afterwards and she updated it, it updates to whatever you had it at last.
Okay. Well, re-update it to level 2, but let me check my spells real quick.
There you go. They'll take them off as.
While she's doing that, if you guys want to wake up to the, like slightly misty beach morning with hopefully not terrible back pain.
Oh yeah, no, we did a little bit of lumbar support sandcastling.
Cool.
Perfect.
Gally opens her eyes, looks around, rubs them a bit, checks. Still has the urn.
Yeah.
Awesome. Bit of a sip.
There might be a couple of bugs in there though now, unless you close the top.
That's just dirt.
All right.
Fine.
Listen, she got an urn full of booze. This was not a sanitary practice. She was not expecting for this to be a clean living.
Just letting you know, sweet.
Bugs are just free
land
protein.
Open on the beach. You probably got some bugs.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just some wasp. I mean, figs are made with wasps.
Figs are
Protein.
made with wasps.
Figs are made
I
with
mean, they
wasps. What a
are.
weird
I mean,
statement.
Yes, but
It's
also
true.
but made with wasps. Anyway, as
Love
you
and wasp.
guys wake up,
Mhm.
who wakes up first? Who wakes up first?
Want to
Initiative
roll that?
Sure.
Roll
Fine
initiative.
with me.
There's no active combat. I'll just roll a d20 because
Just
I only
roll
have
a
a plus
D20.
0 mod.
20. Oh, damn it. How do you do it?
Slash roll
Slash.
1d20.
Oh.
Ooh, I beat Theros. Suck it,
Ah!
old man.
Remember
No.
to
Space.
tell your sheets that you've had long rests if you haven't yet.
Billy does not.
Heck yeah.
Nayrus is probably going to sleep in a little bit because of the
Okay.
Yep, I'm
need
not
to
gonna
sleep.
try.
That's true. You could choose not to wake up if you want to. Is everybody who
Oh,
has
Yeah.
Can you update Dilly?
Yes. Oh, here, that's not what I wanted. Give me this. Give me your sheet. Actually, I should probably do this over here. Give me this sheet.
Updating your character sheet from your character sheet. If you look to the bottom left of your character's face, you should see a little bed, and the farthest right hourglass that's all the way at the bottom is a long rest.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I just need to
I know
level
for
2
you.
is
I'm
what
saying for
at.
everybody.
What is the difference between new day and not new day?
It'll recharge
Spells.
items based on dawns.
Oh,
Mm.
fancy. So only 3 people who wanted to roll rolled? I guess
Yeah.
Galatea, you wake up first?
I do. I look around. Do I see anything disturbed?
You do.
Oh,
Not necessarily as far as the bottles, but over beyond your 2 horned friends, you see some of the sand disturbed.
my goodness.
It seems
If
to
only
run.
we had had a hole.
Seems to run from the town in sort of a path into the water, and towards the beach. It's been cleared away by the water a bit.
I get between the 2 water boys and I poke them to wake them up. Shake, shake.
What is it?
There's footprints leading into the water.
They're not mine.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, but I don't know how to track in water.
Are
Is
we
there a
all
way you do that?
tracking this now?
Sure.
Can we?
Alexa is just like, what? What do you want? Oh, I didn't do that.
I look at you and I go,
Yeah. Yeah. Can you track in the water?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are the
I
bottles
track it.
here?
I track in mountains. I look around. It looks like our bottles are fine, right? It's just the weird tracks that I see disturbed that go into the ocean.
Correct, Mundo.
Yep.
So
I just
Why
look
are we
very
tracking
intense,
Oh.
it?
but not necessarily for a good reason because tracks.
In
Right.
the night, I saw something move quite quickly to the ocean, but I didn't get a really good look.
Um,
That's all I had to add. Sorry.
well, Alexis will go over to the footprints slash whatever they may be, and attempt to try and figure out what it was. Like tracking. That's usually survival. I think, right?
We'll do that. Just for... I think this is how you do a ping. Ping, ping. I don't know. How you do a ping? Ping, ping.
Long
Depends.
press. If you have the ping.
Oh, we
module.
can't ping.
Yeah, that might just be a you thing, or it might be a not moduled in yet thing.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
I think it
I'm
would
like
be.
trying to give you some indication of where the thingamabobs are.
We can see your cursor,
Oh,
so
yeah.
if you want to
Okay.
just wave your cursor around.
They went along here.
Okay, cool.
Ah.
And he will attempt to try and figure out what it was slash where they were going.
Okay.
And some 14,
14.
probably. Yeah.
14 is pretty good. It's decent. You go
Yes.
over there and you see let's see. It's sort of like a, I guess, rounded looking 2-ish to 4-ish tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, they kind of look like hoof prints with some sort of
Okay.
drag in amongst them, as if it were pulling something
Okay.
behind it.
All right. Well, I relay that. I say that it's some sort of ungulate. He uses that word.
Hmm?
Hooves.
what is?
Huh.
Okay.
It's the one thing that activates it. Some sort of ungulate looks like it was dragging someone, into the water. Hooves don't swim well. Sorry. He says sorry. But hooves don't swim well. That's weird.
Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm.
Well,
But our
from
bottles are
the
here, so.
tracks, can you see what direction it maybe went to?
Sure. So what do I know about that?
From what
Like what direction?
Mirror told you, they came down from the town into the water.
Yeah.
If you're, are you looking into the water itself? Like, what are you?
Yeah. Yeah, trying to kind of follow them to see if they kind of go into the water. They would have washed away by now, most likely.
Unfortunately, everything right up at the shore and beyond into the water is gone.
Yeah.
If you sort of look at any rocks or maybe like seaweed detritus or anything like that, there's not really any indication there either.
Right. And it looks like they were going in the direction of the water, from what I can tell.
Yes.
Who's painting that way? Okay. Then, like I said, I'm not sure. They went into the water, and now I don't know.
Do me a perception check.
Sure.
Oh, that was almost a 20 on my
An
screen.
amount.
Oof.
An amount. He kind of sticks his head under the water to look for any more footprints.
I mean, like, there sure is a lot of water under there.
Yeah. He'll pop his head back up and say, tracking doesn't really work underwater.
I didn't know that.
I mean, there are ways, but not when it's something with hooves.
Hmm.
I mean, what kind of things with hoofs go into the water normally?
Well, there's wait.
And Gilly
Alexa's just
looks in
gonna
and is like, I
blink.
go into the water. I splash around. What about you? You splashed around yesterday. You got all sandy.
Yeah, but there's no tracks to come back out, is what I mean.
Maybe there's tracks on a different spot coming out elsewhere. Maybe there was like a little mead space in the water. You know, like it would be really, really dumb to like go in and out in the same spot.
Hmm.
Yeah, from the mouth of
You're not
babes.
wrong.
Mm-hmm. It'd be real dumb for us to waste all of our time checking this out. No, I
Sure.
mean,
I mean, Alexos is at an end now. He's like, I can't.
Gilly's like,
There's not much more.
we should check the coastline. You saw tracks in. Let's look around and see if there's tracks out.
sure.
Sure. Yeah.
She heads off and to the right.
I head off to the left. We're splitting up Team Turf.
Yep. That's fair.
And I'll stay at the fire.
Okay.
Derek doesn't know what to go now that Team Turf is split up.
Oh,
My life is a
moo.
lot.
A moo.
I knew it.
Wow.
I knew it.
Wow, this is
Yeah.
the worst thing I've ever heard.
Listen, Mister, one step at a time or one leg at a time.
Yeah.
One leg at a time. It's important because it's a pants joke.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess we'll comb the beach from where we are to the other side.
Right.
You want me to roll a survival, or everybody gonna roll together, or whatever?
I'll roll survival to do some tracking.
Show me where you guys are specifically going to go, and I'll tell you what to roll.
Dilly's
Basically, I'm
heading
combing.
off to the right. Like this way.
Okay.
I'm just gonna follow the entire coastline. Is what
Okay.
I was doing.
So you're just walking the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm investigating.
Everybody but Charles, give me some survival, and Charles, give me another perception.
Perception. That was a little better, Charles.
Wow.
It's an okay amount.
Your dice knocked into mine, messing up my roll.
Doesn't change.
This is why I waited. Haha, survival.
Yeah.
All right.
I love it. Dilly rolled really shitty.
Hey.
She's not awake yet. She's just kind of looking.
There were
Not
3
even-
natural
yeah.
20s in
There
that roll.
were.
Ted.
Yeah.
That's nutty.
That is crazy.
All right. Even though some of you with your survival checks got natural 20s, you really didn't find anything else. Galatea, who
Shit.
got over close
Wasted.
to the rocks.
Yep.
What did you say?
Wasted. They were
Oh.
wasted.
They were. Okay, Galatea, who got
20s you
closer
ain't
to the
finding.
rocks, does see some various foot tracks,
Mhm.
and maybe suspicious because it kind of looks like there was some kind of scuffle over here. Maybe somebody
Huh.
got like wrapped up in a net and maybe taken away or something. You're not sure.
Hmm.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait. I'll wait until I get that information.
Yes.
Keep going.
Meanwhile, Alexos, with that perception check, you finally notice some trash, some wood ropey trash out in the bay.
You did it.
Mhm.
Do with this information what you will, everyone.
I let everybody know that there was a scuffle.
All the
I look
comments
at,
that I have, I cannot utter on this platform, so I'm just gonna.
Yes, you
I
can.
let Access know. I'm like, hey, you want to go check that out? Swim over to it.
With the scuffle that Galatea found by the rocks.
No, because I've seen people having sex over there.
But you didn't tell
Yeah.
everybody that.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw it too, so.
It looks like they were
Yeah.
tied up with some ropes. It could have been really dangerous. There was the footprints are very heated, but they're kind of like there's a lot of planting and shifting. I think they were wrestling that person possibly to the ground because I see some prints that look like it might be people on their backs.
Is that what
I'm just gonna let
Galatea is
him-
saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that
I'm just gonna
All
leave
right.
him with that.
With
I'm not
Michelle's
gonna-
permission, yes.
Okay, so you get Dilly's interest, and it's like, are there any bottles out there?
See,
No, they
it's
must have
more
taken
time.
those too.
Well, well,
Well,
So it's
Yeah.
like, is this a scene of a crime?
it's a scene of something.
Alexos finally realizes what Neris was trying to say. Like, oh, that's what they're seeing. And he'll say,
Yeah.
there was some revelry over there last night.
What?
Revel.
Looked like a celebration of some type.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Dilly is immediately interested because I mean she's a follower of Bacchus, so she's like, revelry, you say, and she just kind of trots over there, just kind of.
Galatea will describe
She
the
wants to
scene.
see
They'll
if
be
there's
like,
anything left behind.
so here's footprints, and it looks like they were grabbed from both sides, and then it looks like they were knocked to the ground and pinned, but then it looks like they almost escaped, but they were caught over there at that rock, and then it seems like there was almost some sort of net or contraption that was used. I think this was a very dangerous scuffle.
And,
Dilly
Alexos
just starts
kind of
laughing.
looks out towards Neris and says, I told them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he just cackles. She's gonna look and see if there's anything left behind.
Wonderful. Everybody have fun with that ship or
Mhm.
shipwreck, the flotsam jetsam, whatever.
Ship.
As far as you
Anyway.
can tell, there's not anything left behind. I guess roll me an investigation roll. Maybe you don't want to find what's left
Oh,
behind.
that's gonna be hilarious. Let's see her
Yeah.
investigation.
Used French
You
letters.
find a goat's bladder.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh man, lucky for you. Yeah, it seems like they tried to clean up as best they could. They know sometimes kids hang out on the beach and stuff. So they figured they'd take care of their shit. So you don't
I
find
mean, she's
anything.
just chuckling.
Yeah, you don't find anything too incriminating.
I don't see what's so funny about this.
Dilly just looks at her and just like winks. I'll tell you over a cup of wine sometime. How about that?
I rolled.
I suppose there's nothing we can do for the person now because it seems like they walked off, but okay.
Yeah, the tracks leading away are definitely like calm and spaced in the pace of a person who's just walking away.
I suppose whatever their quarrel was, they resolved it amicably.
How wonderful.
Yes, very amicably.
All right. So, Water Boys, what are you doing?
I am heading towards the flotsam and seeing if Alexis wants to follow.
Sure, yeah, why not? We'll go check it out.
You have your measurement thing on, Philip.
Yeah, I was just like, that's sort of where I was going.
Yeah.
Swimming towards as like an
got it.
indication of what I was doing.
Okay. I mean, as you approach this, it kind of looks like a couple of crates. One of them is still closed. One's been overturned. Roll me some investigation.
Investigation.
That's
Oh no!
Yeah.
Good job.
20 and then a 1.
Yeah,
Then
I
a
don't
9.
do the intelligence stuff. Why do I need that? Also,
All
Mara,
right.
what are you doing?
Oops, sorry, my bad. Ignore that roll.
It's fine.
No, I'll just take yours.
Mm.
All right. You get out there. You don't really see much.
Yeah.
It definitely looks like a couple of crates. Maybe some stuff that fell off a boat or something. You can get closer and have a closer look if you want to.
Sure.
Is it? Could I tell if it was like tied down, or if it's just floating?
It's just floating. You can the current, because of the way that it sort of washes off of the rocks over there, kind of keeps it mostly, I guess, circling almost in this little portion of the bay. So it's staying pretty much where it is, but it's not tied down or anything.
Okay, then I'd like to try and pull it to land.
Sure, if you want to.
Yeah. Just kind of drag it towards the shore a little bit.
Give it a strength check.
Strength eye.
Well, you
Right.
even though you're a water boy, you can't seem to get this thing to budge, and even as you pull on it, it seems like maybe even though it's not definitely not tied down, something might be yanking on it. You see it's kind of bobbing like it would in waves, but every now and then one of the boxes will bob a little bit more violently than it ought to in the waves.
Hmm.
Well,
Very
yeah.
weird.
If I see you trying to move the crate, then Alexis will say, "Did something interesting?"
I'm not really sure. I just thought maybe to bring it to shore and everybody could look at it. But if you see anything unique about it, then let's do that.
So I rolled horribly at the investigation, so I don't know. But if you want to bring it back, then Alexis will try and help you.
Again, the one of the boxes bobs really
Mhm.
hard into the water.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely swimming around, so I'll check under the water.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it's attached to anything, is it?
Give me that perception. Why not?
Both of us or just him?
Just him if he's looking under the water.
Okay.
All right. You see under the surface of the water, uh, sort of a couple of shapes. You can't exactly make them out. Well, actually, with a 20, maybe you can. Two of them look odd, sort of amorphous, and they seem to be harrowing a particular creature that looks sort of like a water horse.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, trying
you
to
can
say
tell
that.
that the horse is tangled up in the rope that's looped around the crates in a couple places. Every now and then it'll give a strong flick of its fin, and you think that's probably why every now and then the box bobs really hard.
So he'll just bring his head back up above the water, and he'll say, I didn't think of looking under.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just gonna point down so that you can look too.
Okay. I'll swim under and look under, presumably look in the same places that he did, and I guess would I see the same thing that you described?
You to roll, since it's a little bit brackish. And you'll definitely see something, but I want to know what you will see. Perception. Yeah, it's probably close enough. You see two amorphous shapes bothering something that looks kind of large.
Then
With spindly legs in the front.
does it look trapped?
Yes, it definitely looks. You can tell it's wrapped in rope, a little bit tangled.
Okay. Then when I bring my head up, I'll recommend that we try and cut the rope.
Just let it go.
I think so. I mean, if it's trapped, I don't know what it is, but I don't see why it should stay trapped.
You're probably right. So Alexos is just gonna yell out to everybody on the beach, "Hey, we caught something, but we're gonna let it go. Don't worry about it."
Well, I mean,
What?
did catch something? I mean,
I
it's just floating trash that seems to have caught a sea creature.
Like a dolphin? Like a dolphin?
well, if you were asking Alexos, it's like it's trapped. I don't know. But yeah, I'll cut it loose if
At
you
this
think we
point,
should.
before you guys
Yeah.
can react anymore, Nerus, you feel something stinging on your leg.
Stinging?
Stinging.
Quick piano.
Then I'll kick at it.
Kick at it. Okay. I think that's initiative for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Battle! Battle! Psh. Da, 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 da,
Dun,
da.
dun.
All right, let's see.
It's fine.
Let's see if I can make this thing work correctly this time. Where's the thing? There it is. Fists. No encounter. Let's add an encounter. How do I add people to it? Like that. Okay.
You want us to roll initiative as well?
Only if you're gonna head out.
Did they say they were going to try to help something? It sounded like they did,
Yeah.
right?
We caught something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let it go. Don't worry about it, I think is what I said.
But at this point, I don't think anybody on shore knows that they've also
Yeah.
been attacked.
Yeah, no.
Fair.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although that's the first thing I'm
Yeah.
going to say.
Jilly's paying attention, and she's just going like, and if you throw us some rope, we can help pull it in.
Harris is pretty much doing the dad look where he's got his hands on his thighs and or his hips. He's just watching like,
Mhm.
okay.
They're not too far out. I can save them if I need to.
Well,
You need to save the 2 aquatic guys from the water.
Yeah.
Hold my beer. I'm going in.
how do?
Mhm.
Okay.
Just walk
Yeah.
at the bottom like a hippo.
Here we go. Here we go. I need this. That's huge. Why is that so big?
Oh,
If it's a large monster, then it
Oh.
should be that size.
Okay.
uh-oh.
Yeah, large is 4 squares.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. 10 by 10.
It's a big one.
How do I roll for this dude? Oh, here we go. Here I go.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
Been 2 weeks, forgot how to do everything.
You
So we
did
You
it.
have to actually click the start on it.
Yes. I'm changing it this time so that I can see both your window and the initiative, so I'm not going back and forgetting dice things.
Yeah.
And I can just put that there, I think. Let's see. Yeah, that'll do. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, you have been before we start
Mhm.
combat. Wow, you have been kind of bothered by something that you're not exactly sure what it is. Nerus, what's your
Mhm.
reaction?
So if I feel something like at my legs, like starting to touch, I'm going to like kick at it and try and like backpedal.
Okay. Are you going to tell Alexos?
I mean, my reaction would I'd be like "Ugh," and kicking water and just trying to push myself away.
Okay.
I would think that reaction would sort of signify something.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing I'm gonna do is ask, what? What's wrong?
And just like ah. Trying to
Stingy boys.
Yeah.
like kicking away.
It's not giving me the pop out. Pop out. That's fine. Oh well.
Are you right clicking on it?
What do you mean?
If you right click on the fist, it should pop out.
No, I am trying to get the monster's sheet to pop out so I can get it off of my main screen.
Ah.
And it's not.
Got you.
Which is fine. But anyway. Hey, now it's not even doing that. Please adjust your size. Sorry for the hold up.
Monsters
Sorry.
adjust.
It won't. Oh well. Okay. I guess go ahead, Alexos.
All right. So, as you're kicking away, I'll just say, I out to everyone. I'm not sure what this is. It might be angry, but we're gonna help it. And I go underwater.
Okay.
So once I get under there, what can I see?
You see that one of the blobs that was harrowing the horse-like creature is now suddenly interested in what Neris is, and has like a tendril sort of cast up and sort of wrapping around his leg in the process of.
Okay.
Quick question.
Yes.
Mhm.
So when you said we saw two amorphous blobs messing with the thing, are you saying we saw two 10-foot jellyfish?
I'm gonna go with no.
Okay.
They're smaller than that.
But okay.
You saw probably like a 3.5-foot jellyfish times 2.
Oh, okay.
Just further down below us.
Yeah.
Towards the
Okay.
bottom.
When you're like amorphous blobs, I thought it meant like it was something like a shadowy type thing we couldn't see, but I gotcha.
Sorry.
Because it's brackish is what you mean. It's like darkness.
Yeah, so we couldn't quite make it out, but there were two blob-shaped objects.
2 blobbies.
Yeah.
How does dark vision work with underwater darkness?
That's a real interesting question that they definitely don't know.
Let's make it up.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. Is it like a fog cloud? If it was a fog cloud, you really couldn't see. But anyway. So Alexa says out loud underwater, "Oh, that makes sense." Yeah, exactly.
He's a Triton. He can definitely talk underwater.
Yeah, definitely. And he is going to move to cut the creature free first. He's not gonna do anything aggressive to these monsters. He's gonna move to cut this free. I know I have like a spear or something. Yeah, so he'll just use the tip of his spear to cut through these ropes on his turn to make sure that the creature is free. Just to see, maybe it'll help us. Who knows?
Okay.
And at the, I don't know how much movement I have to use to do that. But if I can
Not
get back
much.
to the surface, then at the end of his turn, he'll just say, yeah, 2 monsters. Also a thing that we're saving. You'll be able to tell which is which.
Oh. Well, there we
And,
go.
Oh.
That ends my turn. Yeah.
Did you go ahead and cut the rope during that, or just do the movement?
Yeah. I'll cut the rope. Do I need to roll anything, or you got it?
You can cut the rope.
Okay. Well, then I'll try and free it so that it is now able to move around.
Okay. Now that I've changed the way that the windows work, I'm like, where is everything? Okay.
In the place.
Yeah, in the place. When
To
you
go to the place.
cut the thingamabob free,
Mm-hmm.
you, being close to the crates, you kind of see the quick downrush of water.
Mm-hmm.
And a bit off in the distance, you see the head of the creature
Mm-hmm.
sort of show up, but also another one of those guys trailing the creature.
Seems fun.
Lovely.
Let me put them in the initiative. You do a fight. PQ. You do a fight. PQ. I feel like I should have just had them show up and be in that order. So, can I change their
Well,
Yeah, I think you can edit
That's
straight
it.
up. You might.
Yeah,
have to
I'm just
double-click.
gonna change it.
Okay.
So there'll be 8 and there'll be 7, just to put them in that order. Okay. And it is now.
with us shouted at, are we allowed to jump in?
Yeah.
Cool.
How do you normally do it when people just jump in? Do they roll, or do you just put them in the order they jump in?
The easiest way, like if you is it right click yourself or regular click yourself? There's a little swords crossing over a shield icon. When you click that, you'll be in initiative, and then you can go to the fist and roll it if you wanted to, or roll it on your
Yeah.
sheet. So
Yeah,
they can
no.
do it themselves.
But what I mean is,
Hmm.
when people jump into initiative in something that's already started, is it better to just let them
Oh.
roll and then they'll get inserted in? Or is it better to be like, and you're next because you said you were next, and you're next because you said you hopped in?
I mean, I think both ways.
I think you would roll it, and then you would let the people who were sort of like beginning would go almost like a surprise round. They'd get the first round, and then it would just start the new round. Would be my guess, but I don't really know.
What about that, Shell? I just sent you a initiative roll.
Why?
I thought that was what you were getting at since.
No.
Okay, never mind.
I
Ignore
typically
me.
just have them roll in, but if it's something like, say, the initiative is halfway through the initiative and they roll in higher, sometimes depending on how it goes, I'll let them go.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Then we'll just go with everybody can roll in for now. Go ahead and do
Cool.
it via your sheet, Denitra. Uh-oh. People getting
What?
kicked out.
Yep.
That's not good.
You.
Yeah, having a little bit of trouble with the game.
Yeah. Do you know where to find the thing, Denitra?
No, I'm getting there.
Okay. There you go. So from the shore, you guys can sort of see something kind of weird and blobby next to something that looks actually distinctly like just a horse head poke out beyond the crates that are floating.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh no, that poor drowning horse.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, no icons are showing up for her. I think at the same time as some people disconnected.
Oh.
It's weird. I can only see like half of the
Yeah.
icons, and the other half are
Yeah,
just a
stuff's having
broken
trouble
image.
loading.
Yeah.
And it's not good.
Oh, I see a
It's
lot of
fine,
more
it's
stuff
just
now that I'm back in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll
I
take me
just
a little
reloaded
longer
it.
to figure it out, but yeah, I got it. Sorry about that.
No, it's totally
Don't
fine.
worry.
Do you guys want me to try restarting everything really quick to see if that kicks it into gear?
I think if we all just refresh our pages, it should be fine.
Okay.
I just got back in, so
Okay. We're gonna do a quick refresh to get this stuff working.
Okay, I'll refresh the page.
I wonder why the icons are being joiks. So when you say you don't see all the icons, what are you missing?
They're there
Like-
now. So like in the combat marker, I could see like Alexos and Mirror, but I couldn't see Theros. But I could see the two jellies, but Kelpie didn't have an image. So it was just
Yeah.
like some images were quote unquote broken. The little paper with
yeah,
the rip
broken
through it.
link. Yeah, the broken link icons.
Yeah.
And the button to enter combat was missing too.
Yeah.
It wasn't showing the icon. So when I'm like,
Yeah.
click on the sword and shields, I don't have those. Oh.
Yeah. I just kept clicking on the spot that they were supposed to, and then eventually it rolled one, and
Yeah.
then it crashed me.
Oh no.
Well, you're at a 7.
Yeah, I know. I rolled real shitty.
Nah. I rolled a 6.
You're not talking, Michelle.
Microphone so that it doesn't double pick you up.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. What the heck was my question? I'm wondering if I actually started combat this time since.
Well, for me, it shows that we're on round 1.
Mm-hmm.
I did.
Yep. It
Somehow.
restarted from the top. Yeah.
Last time it didn't seem like it did, and I definitely have a little button that says end combat at the bottom, so theoretically we're good. Does everybody see
Should
everything
be.
again?
I do.
Good here.
Sweet.
Yep.
Sweet.
I think it's when each of us as players, we should have at the bottom of the combat tracker, you have to say, like, as soon as you say end turn, it should then go to the next person. So you have to be kind of active in that part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it won't move on.
Yeah, like I just clicked to go on.
Okay.
And now Tharos.
What'd you say about me, Punk?
It's your turn.
It's your turn.
Bitch.
Yeah,
I
'cause
said
that was
go.
the end of my turn. All that stuff happened at the end of my turn, so.
Gotcha. How deep is the water as you go out?
I'm gonna
good
say
question.
20 to 30 feet.
Starting where?
Starting a little bit beyond these waves.
All right, so
Actually, let's, 20 should be fine. Can everyone swim? Do you know your swim speed? Technically,
it's
it would
half of your
be-
move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, unless you have a listed one, it's half of your walking speed. If you have a listed swim speed, that is your speed.
Mm-hmm. So theoretically, you can swim 15 feet.
Yeah, normally, yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, like how deep is right here?
That's still probably only up to like your waist.
Okay. I mean, that's all my movement, and I'm out of range, so that'll be all.
I mean, does that count as swimming if you're just walking into the water?
It's
Probably not.
considered difficult terrain at that point.
That's true. That's true.
Okay.
You got puddles, it's difficult.
That's it for me. I'm mad I was gonna throw a javelin, but he's a little too far still.
Sorry, beauty.
All good.
If you can hit the button to end your turn.
Boop.
Sweet. Mirror, you're up.
Hi.
Hi.
Well,
How you
I
doing?
will. I think I will also attempt to get in the water. Like,
Nice.
yeah. So we're gonna get about here,
Okay.
and that is my turn. I'll have to wait until the next time.
All right.
Can't you like double move?
Could, but I don't know exactly what I'm doing yet, so I'm giving it.
Yeah, it was just an idea. I also it came to me just after Theros, and I was like, wait, couldn't the Minotaur also double move?
Mm-hmm.
I'm also wearing chainmail, and I'm not comfortable swimming in chainmail.
Yes, good point. Good point.
I don't have great swim speed, so I don't want to be, the guy who jumps into like the lake wearing like a denim suit. You're like,
Gotcha.
this was a terrible idea.
As Alexis
Yeah.
pointed out, hooves aren't good for water.
Yeah, we don't want you to Ophelia yourself, so we'll figure shit out.
Gotcha.
It'll be fine.
All right. If you could pop that end turn button wherever it may be. Cool.
There we go.
I actually don't think I know where it is either.
It's at the bottom of the fist tab.
Yeah, you click on the
Oh,
fist.
the arrow.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, the arrow over you.
That makes sense. Okay. All right, so now it is the jelly who was first attacking Nerus. He's gonna just bloop right back up over next to you. And maybe more like that so you can see the crap still, I guess. Now what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do to you? He's just kind of curious right now. But you did kick him, you know? It's not super nice.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, I did.
Yeah, I
You
did.
are not wrong.
I'm hoping that this changed. Like, I changed some numbers on this thing to make it hit differently, and I'm hoping it worked. So... maybe not. We'll see. I don't want that, though. So, 15. Does 15 hit you?
It does.
Okay. I don't want that either. What was that last? For 6 damage.
6 damage?
Yeah.
Is there? Okay. Gotcha.
How much HP do you have now that you're level 2? 21.
21.
Amazing.
The most.
The most. Okay. Okay. Now it's your turn.
Then I will cast Eldritch Splash on him.
Eldritch Splash.
Do it up, Buttercup.
Does a 24 hit him?
Yes, it does. For 8 points of damage. That's what.
And if I move, he'll get an attack. So I'll end my turn.
Okay. It's now the Kelpie's turn. Actually, it's not a Kelpie. It just doesn't change the name of a bunch of my stuff for some reason. It's because I don't know how to use this program. Let's be honest.
Yeah, you're fine.
I know what that motherfucker is.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, I have an idea at least.
Okay. Let me double check.
It's a seahorse.
It's a hippocampus,
That's
Isn't
in
that
your
like part of your brain?
which is a
Yes.
which is a seahorse, but a mythological Greek one.
Hippopotamuses don't have horse heads, though.
Hippopotamuses. Anyway,
I'm glad it's not a hippo. Oh
Yeah.
gosh.
I mean, maybe you're not. Who knows?
Yeah, those things can run really fast for short distances. Not
Underwater.
good.
That thing I sent you.
God. No.
Harvey Birdman.
So
It's only
this
the
hippocampus
This I care about.
is really, really pleased to be free. Like, super happy to be free. And now that it doesn't feel totally trapped underneath his crap in the bay, it's gonna try and get its revenge on this other jelly over here that's still fighting with it.
Kick his ass, sea bass.
Kick his ass, thingamabobby.
Horse.
Cool, because
How-
I don't speak seahorse that well.
There we go.
Are these considered beasts?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking too. I wonder.
Let's see. I guess so. Is it ooze a beast? I think so.
No, an ooze is a. I think it's either an ooze or an
Monstrosity.
aberration.
Aberration.
Slime?
Okay, what's
We
it
know
ooze?
what it identifies as.
It genuinely is. The creature type for an ooze is an ooze.
Yeah.
So
What about the
is-
hippocampus?
Oh.
I guess that one can be a beast. Sure, yeah. Okay, let's do that. There we go. Hmm. That was kind of poop. Oh, I guess
Puke.
kind of poop. It let's see. I don't know what this thing does that I just used, so I have to check really quick. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I guess it's spent a long time trying to get out of these freaking ropes and being bothered by these jellies, so it's still a little dizzy, and it absolutely misses. That is its turn. Boop.
You can.
Cool.
What's up?
So the beast understands you as well as you can semi understand it. Is that how I'm reading that?
James, I would need clarification from you. Basically, I
Um,
can talk to anything that qualifies as a beast,
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
but it also requires intelligence, like
It has
like
to be smart enough to
simple
be able to
concepts.
convey ideas, I think, is the bottom line of that one.
Yeah.
So it
So
can
I'm just
understand you. You might be able to understand basic concepts that it has in its brain.
yeah. My basic thing is I'm just trying to make sure that I know what I'm trying to attack and what I'm trying not to attack.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna move. I have 35 feet movement. Does that mean I get to move 15 or 20 as a half speed? Is it rounded up or rounded down?
Everything in D&D rounds down.
Okay, so all right, so I'll move my 15
Play.
feet to there.
Okay.
And are the jellyfish at the top of the water or are they under the water?
The one next to the hippocampus is at the top, and the one that's messing with Neros is under.
Let me just check some distance real quick. Too far away. Okay. I'm gonna hold my action specifically for if I see something that bobs up that is attacking Neros, like it gets to the surface, then I will thorn whip it.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Okie dokie.
And she's just concentrating on what the hippocampus seems to be like thinking of as best as she can like understand its
Is it thoughts
murmurs
or
or
speech?
it's like whatever its speech, so whatever sounds it's making, I'm trying to concentrate on if I feel like it's making speech noises that are it's distressed, it's angry,
Okay. It's
if either like
definitely
what's its target.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and it's
definitely
like
upset
is
at
it
this
is
point.
yeah, and it's like what is it angry at? So I can just kind of I'm just
It's
keeping it
sure.
in
It's very
track.
specifically mad at these jelly things. Um,
Okay.
the majority of what you're getting from it when you hear anything is like fuck shit, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah.
uh,
Stub your
yeah.
toe, and you're just like, ah.
Yeah. So
it's feeling.
yeah, it's like
Go ahead.
that my friend, my compatriots are not the target. That's mostly like so I can warn them if I feel like the hippocampus is going to be like attacking them. That's she's just paying attention.
Okay. Pop that intern button
Where is that button?
right next to
Should
the
be at the bottom.
bottom. Yeah, it's just an arrow to the right.
Ah,
On the
okay.
combat tracker.
Ta-da!
There you go.
Yeah, you got it. All right. Next up is this river jelly thing. And it is going to turn around and be like, "Excuse me, Mr. Hippocampus. It's not actually saying this because it doesn't talk. Excuse me, Mr. Hippocampus. What the heck are you doing now that you are free? Why would you be attacking me? And so it's gonna smack, or at least try and smack the hippocampus. Um, this. Man, that's terrible. It rolled a crit. Leave the horsey alone.
Oh, bye, horsey.
Okay. That's so many. I don't like that because I have to like subtract a bunch of them.
Is there like a convenient way to do damage and or health other than just doing the math in your head and typing it onto the character?
I thought that's why we needed
Like-
to start combat, but I don't know. Might be a mod.
It depends on mods you have. There are mods that let you like click to apply
Right-click
damage
the
to yourself
number.
and such.
Yeah, if you right-click the number in the roll and you have someone selected, you can apply damage, apply healing, apply half healing. So, like, Philip, if you were to scroll up to Eldritch Blast and right-click on the 8 or something,
Mm-hmm.
you can apply damage to someone or apply it as healing to someone.
Okay.
I don't know if we can, but the
Because we
Game
can't
Master
see the
can.
rules against us.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so. But theoretically, all you need to do is have someone selected, right-click that, hit apply damage, and it will, do the damage for you.
Interesting.
When you click on yourself, you have the crossed one, like a bullseye, a 0, and a, I guess, status.
Yeah,
What is the 0?
I think that is. I don't know what it's supposed to be by default. I think you can use it as levels, like how high or low you are. Because as I set it, you should see plus 2 feet above my head, maybe.
Yeah, I see it. Plus 30 feet. Yeah.
So it only goes upward. Ha, that's funny. But yeah, if I was at the bottom of here, I'd just do that 30 feet, and then you'd see.
How do I apply damage to you guys so you don't have to do it?
If
Click
you-
on one of us. Yeah, you go ahead.
Highlight.
Yeah. So click on the character, like click on my profile, and then where it says the roll that they did, if you right click on it and go to apply damage. Now it'll
More
double
specific
the
than
damage
where it
to you.
says the roll that they did.
The actual number, the damage number. Right click on that number. Like the box that it's in.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The jelly is done. The hippocampus definitely let out a shrill scream that everybody can understand as "Ow, motherfucker!" And it is Galatea's turn.
Wonderful. Let me just see here real quick. Also 30. Lovely. Galatea's just gonna heft her her warhammer and start wading into the water.
Really quick,
30 feet.
remember that
Emma?
this particular jelly is underwater.
Yep.
Okay.
That is 2 actions, or the action and movement
double
for me to
movement.
go 15 and 15. So.
Cool.
Mhm.
Got you. Got the bonus
All right,
action.
and
you
she
want to
just
do?
looks really menacingly at this thing and ends her turn.
Alexos, you're up.
Alright. Okay, so Galatea is out here too. Hippocampus and that thing over there. I don't want to get involved in that right now. So I'll swim over to this jelly next to Nerys. And what will I do? It's early morning. You know what? I'm just going to take a whack at it. So I'm not sure how far below it is, but I can swim 30 feet, so if it's within there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty much just below the surface.
Okay, just below the surface. Okay. Then I'll swim alongside of it and give it a whack with my warhammer. Please, let him go.
Why, thank you.
Well, that's I take a whack. I don't think I hit with it.
Actually, you do.
Oh, hey, that's cool.
Jellies, man.
Yeah. Well, here's some damage.
You did
you
it.
know, some damage.
Hmm.
Okay.
And then he doesn't know that it's not going to work, but he just kind of tries to communicate with it. So he can talk to beasts, but very, very badly, and only if they can breathe water. So he's just going to try it. He's just going to be like, don't make me hurt you. After he hit it. He didn't think that through.
How very Japanese slapstick of you.
Yeah. But
And-
that's the end of his turn.
We decided that oozes can't understand. I'm just
If
gonna
they're an
ask.
Yeah, I don't
ooze,
think
they're
so.
not a beast.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not a beast. You can only be one thing.
When
D&D.
you lose, you always lose.
Exactly.
Hey,
Yipes.
get that man
This
out of here.
PSA brought to you by
All right.
Team Surf and Turf.
Dare to Resist Goop.
Use it.
The
for
Anti-Goop Council.
damage.
Yeah, 4 damages. And you can do that for that monster if you'd like to as well. Click on it, then right click, apply
Yeah.
damage, just like that. Which is so cool.
My only issue right now is I made these river jellies, so they're kind of
Yeah.
janky, and the rolls are not right. So I have to go in and be like, take
Yeah.
that out, take that out, and I can't
Yeah.
just hit it.
Easier to hit it and quit it, I understand.
Yep, I'm about to press
Ow, ow.
my button. There we go.
Tharos, you're up.
Thanos. The one that hit the Kelpie, or whatever, is it
Hippocampus.
Hippocampus? Is it closer to the top of the water?
It is on top of the water.
It's
You
at the
can already
surface.
see it. Yeah.
Then I'm going to
Spear.
start to like go as far out as I can before I have to start thrashing my arm wildly and kind of go down at the bottom of the water
Okay.
and then push myself up as hard as I can so I get a little bit of airtime out of the water and try to throw a javelin.
Right.
Very cool.
Harpoon
like a-
fishing.
Underwater javelin.
But like when you go to the bottom of a pool and like
Yeah, I
push
got
yourself
you.
off as hard. Yeah, so I get like enough like out of the water so I can like throw down at it.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. With that
Because
mandatory
throwing it underwater would lessen the momentum and it wouldn't go as far.
Yeah.
I got you now. All right, roll the roll.
$20, not natural.
Nice.
20 does hit, yes.
7 piercing damage.
7 piercing damage. Cool. Okay. Okay, you take some damage.
And then I immediately go back underwater and go.
All right.
Very majestic coming out of the water and throwing the javelin and then just
Yeah.
splash back
Breaching.
down. Water went right up my big old nose.
Oof.
Yipes.
Only got to be able to hold your breath for 6 seconds.
That's it.
Jill, end your
Is
turn.
that all you want to do?
Oh, sorry. I forgot to hit the button.
It's fine.
Boop.
How many spears you have?
I think I start with like 5 javelins.
All right, cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just curious. Mirror, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna
This ain't no quiver arrows. They're chonky.
I'm going to wade my so what? You can only move 15 in the water, right?
Half your
Yes.
speed. Yeah.
Unless you have a swim speed.
And I don't think I do. So let me move my 15 feet up.
Couldn't you just fly?
I mean,
Not currently.
not
Okay.
currently.
We're gonna have to talk about whether or not she's a swimmer or a flyer at some point,
Yeah.
though.
So can I see the jellyfish that's accosting the Capricorn?
Yes.
Okay. Let me do some math real quick. Okay. Nope. I would like to end my turn.
Your action?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
Are you gonna hold an action or?
Wait. Sorry.
As in, like, when you see something happen, you will then do something because the thing happened.
Yeah. Hold on. I missed something real quick.
All right, cat fight. Stop it.
I would like to give Theros bardic inspiration.
Okay.
How do I do that?
You just say it. There's nothing to do.
Give me. I have a
Oh.
bardic inspiration I can
All right.
throw.
There you go. now my turn is done.
Cool. Jelly. Which jelly are you? Alright, you're that jelly. This jelly is pissed off that yet another water boy is, like, messing with him. Although he's probably not that pissed off because he's jelly and they don't have much in the way of brains, right? So he's just kind of like, man, what are you doing?
More food.
Guy, why you do this to me? So he turns to Alexos.
Man, these carbs sure are uppity.
Yeah.
Let me just eat you. Chill out. And he gonna do a thing. He gonna do a...
Does he stay under the water?
For now.
Okay.
Because I think Alexos is still underwater at this point too, yeah?
Yeah, I'm at its level.
I haven't forgotten, don't worry.
That's all good. I
Okay.
can't use
Just
this
checking.
thing.
Yeah. Alright.
Just checking.
There.
Oh. Does a 7 hit?
No.
Well. Whiff. And that's his turn.
Yep.
Or its turn.
Mhm.
Nearest, you're up.
Key. Do I have advantage on the roll since it is pincered between two people?
Yes.
Or is that only...
No, you do.
Okay. Well, we're going to go with Eldritch Splash again. Attack with advantage. Woo!
Oh boy.
This was a 1.
Yeah.
But you had advantage.
So I got a 13, and I think that hits, right?
It does.
Eldritch Splash works better. It works the same, just about.
Can I see if this apply damage works?
And it totally did work.
Well, I meant from my side, but okay.
Yeah, no, I applied your damage to him.
Cool. Okay, and I think I'm going to try and back up so that I am not within its range anymore.
It's gonna try and smack you. Does it get to do that? It should get
Opportunity
Yeah,
attack?
because you didn't disengage, so.
Yeah, I don't have a way to disengage.
Okay. God, I don't think I've ever done that. Do I have to roll to hit you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It just gets a free attack, basically.
It's a single attack action.
Cool.
But it uses its reaction for the turn to do that.
Yep.
So.
So I can only do it once.
Per round, yeah?
Per round, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Normal. Oh, does 18? No, 22 hit? Actually, no, 18.
Yes, an 18 does hit.
Okay.
But
It's
you have
sweet.
fallen into my trap card.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I wanted to be hit. Come on.
Okay, so first, let me tell you what damage you got, and then I'll read this thingy. 6 damage to you.
I take 6 more damage.
Yeah.
Yes. And let me do this. Okay, you just roll, right? There's not like a... And I have to do a saving throw.
Yeah.
Oh, I rolled a nat 20. Minus
So
2,
half.
but still. And then you get to roll your damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then there should be a way to take half damage.
Yeah.
There it is, yeah. Cool.
It's very cool.
Awesome. Done and done. Very nice, sir.
Do the two fish people both have a "don't touch me" attack? That's kind of funny to me.
Probably.
One of y'all's a warlock.
Yeah.
So
You've got
yeah.
the fire, I've got the lightning.
Here comes the.
I noticed you moved again. Is that how far you meant to move in the first place?
Yeah, since I had moved back like 10, I was like, yeah, we're doing half movements. And I was like, no, wait, I have a swim speed. I can
Yeah,
do
you have 30 feet.
When all of that goes down, it shakes the jelly so much that it surfaces enough that Deli can
A
notice.
thorn whip! Yay!
Shh. A 15 does hit.
Take that, you stupid jelly.
Oh, max
Nice.
damage.
Nice.
Nice.
Apply damage. Alright. There you go. It's now the Kelpie's turn. Not Kelpie. Hippocampus.
You got it.
Philip, if you could pop that button. What's up?
Oh yeah. Do you wanna move
I do choose to move that creature 10 feet closer to me.
it?
Okay. Is it here then?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
weird, like extra bigness is like, where am I moving?
Yeah.
What's going on? Am I getting a hug?
Okay. Now it is Hippocampus's turn. And it's still pretty upset. Been whinnying the whole time, assuming that's the noise that they make.
Did Denitra hold her action as well for that, or?
She gave
No.
Thurls Bardic Inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh. I totally did this hippocampus dirty. It's got multi-attack. I even clicked that. Shrish. Okay, so it's gonna start with a slam. If you guys can hear these fireworks, let me know.
We can.
No, we hear
Yeah,
our
okay.
own in our own neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, well, it's not ours yet, but
Not just yet. Got a couple
Hear
of
about
hours.
4-wheelers every once in a while, zipping back and forth.
Okay, so that does hit, and it hits for I totally entered this wrong. Whatever. Oh, that was almost a crit. All right, hits for 6 damage.
Got him.
Alright. And then it gets to go again, so it's going to do the same thing. It is flailing. It is angry. It's kind of cute, honestly. It's like... Sounds just like that, because that was kind of horsey. It hits again. And it hits for... 11 damage. Oh. Oh. Does it really? Oh, wait. No, that's the wrong one. Okay. That's the right one. Apply damage. Okay. There we go. And it is... Ooh, what's that?
I'm going to say, I'll tell you in a moment.
Okay. Just getting ready.
Okay.
It's your turn.
Okay. So first, let me move my character. My 15 feet. Boom. Then Dilly does this thing.
What the hell? What the hell? Oh, I see.
And she is using the Hawk Spirit. which is aids me and my allies with its keen sight when a creature that is of my creatures make an attack roll against a target in the spirit's aura. I can use my reaction to grant advantage to their attack roll. In addition, my allies have advantage on wisdom perception checks while in the aura. So it just gives me the chance to do a reaction to give someone advantage on their attack against some of these creatures.
Sweet.
That's cool.
And so that's my bonus action. And everybody, and I'm also granting that. I'm going to include the Kelpie if I need to as a potential ally,
Okay.
just so that you're aware. And then I'm going to Thorn Whip that that obnoxious thing again. The same. No, I'm gonna Thorn Whip the other one this time because I am now in 30 feet of that. The one attacking the beastie that I can understand.
Yeah, gotcha. That totally hits.
Oh,
Got him.
What
One
you gonna
Nailed
do?
But I'm gonna pull it 10 feet away from the creature
Okay.
towards
You
the
want
Minotaur.
it
Yes.
here? Okay.
Yes. I am whipping and pulling.
I'm thinking of drive me closer so I can hit it with my sword, but pull it closer so the Minotaur can hit it with this axe. Yeah.
Drive me close so I can hit it with my sword.
Excellent. Wonderful. Very strategic.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I am all about zone control with this character. So
Very cool.
she won't hit hard. She's gonna help her friends.
I just love
And
your
I
icon
end.
too. The whole time.
Yeah.
Just having a great time.
Party girl, she's having a great time. She just learned this new ability. She dreamt of it. Bacchus like whispered in her ear overnight while she was holding her two teddy bottles.
Sure,
And
there's people
just,
having sex and got an idea for a leather.
Oh
for a,
God, yeah. She's just kind of like the spirits within me want to come forth. Here, have my spirit of the hawk. Caw, motherfuckers.
All right.
So it is this Jelly's turn, and it is. If it could be confused, it would look very confused. But really, it's just like, where'd the food go?
Mm-hmm.
How far can you move, little big guy?
I have a
Not-
question.
Not
When
far.
when I thorn whipped and pulled stuff, does that cause an attack of opportunity since it left a zone?
Nope.
Yeah,
Has to
okay.
spend an action to do it.
Okay, just checking.
If only.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're
Thank
moved
you for that
against their-
clarification.
Yeah, if they're moved against their will, it doesn't provoke opportunity.
Okay.
I
Okay.
knew we would abuse the crap out of it.
Yeah, that would be the number one thing 5th edition players did.
Mm-hmm.
Thorn whip shit. Shove
Thorn whip
things.
hit 'em.
All right. It's like, but the food is. Where am I going? And it does use its movement to try to move back to where it was.
Okay.
Because it's still hungry for horsey.
Rude.
Right? Rude. It's going to schmackety schmack.
Don't talk back.
And it's gonna. Does this hit you? Wait. Yes, it does hit you. And how much does it hit you for, little horsey? You're fine. Or are you? Okay, that's what. Math is hard. How am I gonna do math right now? I'm gonna cheat and use a calculator and then realize that I did the math right to start with. I didn't even need you, calculator. Alright. That is that River Jelly's turn. So, Galtea, you're up.
Awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and just be like, all right, try to move my Warhammer against all this water. So I will be rolling with disadvantage. Let's see, can I do features? Inventory is one way, but I think there's, yeah, here's better.
Is it disadvantage to fight in the water?
For me, yes. I do not have a water move speed, and I'm not wielding one of the weapons that can attack at normal underwater.
Yeah. If you have a water move speed, you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
You just somehow understand how to do it.
That's okay though, because even at a 2, I think
Yeah.
I hit.
You do,
Yeah.
Whee!
but just barely.
Yeah. There we go. 11 bludgeoning.
Not
There
bad.
we go.
All right, on this fella right here. Let's apply that sweet, sweet damage. Oh my gosh, this jelly. This jelly right now has 1 HP.
I don't think you're ready for this jelly.
It looks flat. It looks kind of like it's like spread out or something. It's kind of
Deflated.
And I'm just going to turn and swing back the other way and use my action surge to smack it again.
All right.
Yay, level 2.
Yay, level 2 fighter.
Then you roll like a 1.
I mean, I could. I very easily could.
Oh.
A
There
2
it
and a
goes.
1.
And you do not hit.
I do not.
How
Does
dare.
it say which
Action
roll was
surge.
first?
What'd you say?
The first one was the 2.
Yeah, first one was the 2.
So
She would have to declare beforehand.
beforehand.
Oh, if you're thinking of like negating disadvantage.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking?
Yeah. Yeah. She can give you advantage on your roll. It would negate disadvantage.
She could, but that's supposed to be declared before I roll, not after.
Gotcha.
So anyway, you whiff.
I whiffed.
It went flat really suddenly, and you were like,
And then,
oh.
yeah, I
Went right
I
over
swing
top.
over it. I'm like, oh, buddy.
Knocked all the water out of it.
Yeah, I did. And I did that big ol' hefty swing from turning, so I missed that it just flattened out on the first one. All right, so that's the end of my turn. I think I can move a little bit, so I might start moving towards this other fish situation. So like there.
Mhm.
There we go.
Okay. Lexos.
All right. Well, I see it flatten out because I'm still kind of underwater. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like it's gonna do well. Kind of glance over at the Kelpie. How does it look?
Kelpie.
fighting.
I mean, it's seen better days. It's still got a little gumption left in it, but it's seen better
It's looking
days.
rough.
Hit the
It's looking less
hippocampus.
hippocampus and more kelpie.
Yeah.
Eh. All right, fine. Usually not my circus, not my clowns, but that's okay. He's just gonna go over and hit this thing real quick, or at least attempt to.
Okay.
Attack. An amount.
You got it.
Okay,
And he is dead.
cool. All right, well then. All right, fine.
Which one is this? Is
I'm
this one?
thinking about it. No, I trust you guys. You guys can help it. That's fine. He will swim back up to the surface, and that'll end his turn, just to kind of see what's up there.
Okay.
And I will say that this jelly is dead. Just appear from the water. This jelly is dead.
I love it.
Jelly is no more. He has ceased to be.
We all wait quietly for the Shakespearean soliloquy. This jelly is dead.
The die is cast.
All right.
So that's the end of my turn, which I will press the button.
Laros. Going for a little swim.
Reminds me.
Going for a little swim.
Very, very awkwardly, trying to get some forward momentum with my hooves, but more much looking like an awkward large dog trying to stay afloat. I'll try to throw another javelin, I guess, because I'm still out of range.
Okay.
I assume because I'm out in deeper water now, it's going to be at disadvantage to try to.
If you try and go all the way down to the bottom, that's gonna you can't. You don't have any more move speed.
Yeah.
So it's just gonna. I mean, I guess because you're kind of floundering, it would be. Oh no!
Oh, you fucking
How did that
kidding me?
just happen to you? Ah, I'm sorry you missed.
Oh, the one.
Ah, that was so. I'm so sorry.
Literally, the
Wow.
worst and the best.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm proud of you.
You tried real hard.
Although,
I
in
was-
fairness, so here's the thing: javelins, one of the weapons that don't have disadvantage, but the first roll was a 1.
Yeah. That's why I was like, ah.
Alright.
Try to throw it, and it like just pulls one of those things you try to throw in the water, and it goes. Just,
Can you only throw one?
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I guess. Do you have a bonus action?
Not to do anything that would help right now.
Okay. I'm very sorry.
It is what it is. Boop.
Mirror, you're up.
Okay.
Make sure you tell me what you're doing before you roll.
All right.
For attacks.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna
Oh
try to
wait.
swim. Yeah.
Hold on.
Mhm.
The hawk thing.
She has to.
Yeah.
She's.
She has to use her reaction, so.
Oh.
I have to declare it. That's the
that's
thing.
what I was saying for James's attack. When he used his action surge, like, oh, well, you could use it. And it's like, but it has to be declared beforehand, I guess.
Yeah.
Because it grants the advantage to the roll. It doesn't negate the disadvantage after.
And the
It's
first-
a shame that it didn't go to Theros because then it would have been a 20.
Well,
James
no,
said the first roll.
It would have only rolled one die is the thing, so you wouldn't have rolled disadvantage. So we
Yeah,
don't know what
because
it
he
would have
wasn't
rolled.
supposed to roll a disadvantage.
Yeah, he wasn't
Yeah.
supposed to. But it would have been funny. It's
Yeah.
fine either way.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Continue. Sorry.
Okay.
What
I
do you
would
do?
like. I'm going to viciously mock this jellyfish.
Hell yes.
Excellent.
Okay, does that require you to roll?
Uh,
I don't think so. I think it's a save.
It's a saving throw.
yeah.
Can you reach
Oh, okay.
it?
Yeah.
How
Yeah, I
far
think
is
it's like 60.
it?
60 feet?
Okay.
Click
then
on
you're
the.
good, yeah.
Like, cast it. Okay, there you go. It has to do a saving throw, DC 14, Wisdom.
$21.
Wow.
Wow.
I rolled a 19.
Okay.
Yeah, wow. So
This dumbass jellyfish.
nothing happens then. There's no fail or take half damage. It's just
Cantrips.
yep. It resisted the mockery.
Well, I mean, it is a jellyfish, so I mean.
Like,
It's,
Yeah,
it's
son of a
not
bitch.
not very smart. Might not understand the concept.
You
Yeah.
can't hurt me. I know what I'm about.
Big shrug from the jellyfish. Do you have anything else you want to do?
No, I think that's my turn.
All right. Then Neris.
Alright.
Tis your turn.
And I'm going to target the far one with the Eldritch Splash.
Does that require rolling?
It can
Yes.
be granted advantage, yes.
All right, I would like to use my reaction to grant Nereus advantage.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was hoping for that 20.
I almost got there twice. I was so mad.
Yep. You definitely hit.
Oh yeah.
11.
That's pretty good.
Good roll though.
So I'm thinking of this comedian Pablo Francisco, in which he had a bit called Huevo Splash, and
Oh,
there
no.
was the one Huevo Splash, you sexy motherfucker. So every time I see Eldritch Splash, I'm gonna think it. Just letting you know.
Oh my gosh.
Can you do
In
the
fact, you
turn
can-
on the jellyfish?
You can edit it
Oh my
to
gosh.
say Eldritch Splash whenever it shows up if you wanted to.
Really?
Yeah. I forget, but you can edit it.
All right.
All right.
Is that it, Philip?
I'm gonna.
Yep.
What are you gonna say,
on the
Charles?
jelly. We're on the jelly. I wanted to try something real quick.
Okay.
Work? No, it didn't work. Okay. I was trying to make a macro to end turn. Don't worry, I'll continue to.
Okay.
Can
Charles
you
out here being
jump
extra.
the jellyfish's turn, Michelle?
There it
Yep.
goes.
Help
We-
me.
What'd you say, Philip?
Nothing. We're good.
The dead jellyfish. Anyway, Mr. Hippocampus is gonna take a turn. They've definitely at this point noticed that everybody's trying to help out, so even though they're looking a little on the rough side, they're gonna try and do a deal. Let's see. Let's slam this guy.
Hippocampus, I believed in you enough to not heal you.
I rolled a 20.
Yeah.
You did it.
Dead it. All right. Let's do some damage. Okay. What I okay, you know what? It doesn't even matter what I got because whatever it was kills this jelly.
Oh,
There you go.
most likely.
Yeah, I mean, it's crit
That thing
damage,
crit-
and I rolled a 19 and something else.
Yay.
All right, so this jelly, under the flailing hooves of the hippocampus, also flattens out and just kind of blubbers away into the water. And you can see this creature just kind of go.
Turns out
It's like
we
a
were
big
ready
horse
for
sigh,
this jelly.
right? What'd you say, Charles?
It turns out we were ready for this jelly.
And the hippo turns around and attacks you all. No, it doesn't.
I will bury it.
I mean, at this point,
He's
maybe.
just like, my body's too hoofalicious.
Yeah.
So it's over there with the flattened out jelly, looking relieved now, and just kind of turns around towards all of you, and it's like, these people don't understand me, but so sort of does like a bow thing, not realizing that maybe someone can.
Delilah just starts waving at it, going, "Are you okay?"
And it looks surprised for a moment, and yeah, yes. Who are you?
Oh my God. And yeah, Dilly just like I'm Delilah. Nice to meet you. Why were you tangled up underneath? Why were you tangled in the ropes? And she was trying to think about like what they said. She's confused. So
Yeah.
she's like, "Are you okay?" And what? Why were you tangled up?
And it kind of looks at the boxes like, yeah, and it's kind of scoots back over to there and sticks its head inside one of the boxes and noses something. You can't really see what it is at this point, but like, yes, I was looking for something. I thought maybe it was here, and I got a little tangled, and then I guess I looked like someone's breakfast.
What were you looking for?
I don't know if I can tell you.
Yeah, why not?
Well, it's a favor for someone, and it's private.
Okay, I go, "What's in the crates?" And then she just starts splish splashing to look inside.
It kind of like tries to nose it away with its chin like hooked in the box, the open one.
Like away from her.
Yeah, but roll me a perception.
Okay.
You get advantage.
Galatea is just standing at the bottom of the
Yeah, you can
water
totally
with
give
her
yourself-
warhammer on her shoulder.
Philip, did you just say I get advantage?
Yeah, because you're within your own aura.
Uh, But no,
Insight,
yeah, you're
though,
right.
isn't it?
No, wisdom perception
No,
check.
it's perception and wisdom.
Oh, yeah, nice. There you go.
Thank you for
Nice.
that call,
Alright.
because I rolled a 19 on one of them and a 5 on the other.
So you definitely see a couple of shiny baubles inside the chest, to include about two and a half bottles. One is broken, and
Uh-huh.
then also some jewelry and one oddly big diamond.
And she goes, "Oh my goodness!" And she's like, "There's bottles in here." She doesn't care about the
Oh my God, the bottles!
And then she just starts looking around to see if there's ropes to kind of like. She goes, "Theros, we should pull this ashore. There's bottles in here. There's a clue."
Can the hippo understand if you're talking to everybody else, or do you have to be
Yeah.
very specifically be talking to it?
I don't know.
I have a
It's just, like
question.
trying to jam his javelins back into like the big back sheath he's got. He's like, okay.
Floating for them. Yeah,
Nature,
yeah.
what
Let
was
me
your
look up
question?
Can I comprehend languages on the hippocampus?
I don't think so, because it's a beast.
Oh, okay. It
Yeah,
was worth
she
a
can
shot.
just specifically talk to animals.
I can only communicate what I want to the beast. It can't talk back
It-
to me. So
It
Okay.
says as speech of the woods. They can understand me. It doesn't say that I have to be speaking directly to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it mean that
I
you
gained
can
it's like I have the
understand it?
ability to decipher their noises and motions, and I think they can just read the intent of what I'm talking.
Okay.
Like when I say something.
It looks like
Okay.
Alexos has the same thing, for at least for this horse.
Yeah.
meaning of but I don't have the ability to understand them. So while she can get it back from them, I can't.
Yeah.
That's
I go. And
it's-
yeah, she's just excited, and she's like, and you know, she's splish splashing all over. You know, like we were told to find bottles that were missing, and yeah, and it's
the-
just
the
kind of.
hippo
She's
who
not a
is-
good swimmer. She's
Yeah.
not a good swimmer.
The hippo, who was very happy with you all at first, is kind of looking a little bit more annoyed. Like, excuse me, these are my things. Could you hold on a second? What are you doing here?
I don't understand him, but I do understand her, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So I just kind of shrug my shoulders while still underwater, floating or sitting at the bottom with my feet on the ground, and I just trudge over to the wreckage, and I just grab a piece of rope that I can see and just start pulling slowly toward the shore.
Guys, what are you? What are we doing? Why are we taking?
I say there's bottles in there.
Well, yes, but she's gesturing at the hippocampus, like
hippocampus, and then I go, but Delilah just shrugs, like, it thinks that this belongs to it, but like
It does!
And I look at it, it's like, how did you get a crate?
I found it.
You're a water horse.
Someone threw it away. It's mine now. And it like puts its hooves in the box. Like, hold on a second. These are mine.
okay.
Galatea, as she feels the pressure, looks back to see the horse getting uppity about it, just drops the rope and just stands there at the bottom with her arms folded, still holding her breath.
Yeah.
I can hold my breath for like.
Finders keepers.
What? What is a finder's keepers?
These are human objects. You're not a human.
You're not a
How
human.
are they yours?
You're not a human.
I'm human-ish. I exist on land, and I know this is a crate. This is not made in the water. How is this yours?
No one wanted it. Look, it's broken.
I go, yes, but the bottle's that bottle's broken, but the bottle in it is not, and I want to check the bottles.
I told you, these are mine. I need to check them first.
Well, then come with us.
What are you looking for?
Bottles.
Why?
Bottles of liquid that make someone inebriated.
And
And then she's like, oh, I don't know that knows what it means to be drunk.
I just know what it means to be drunk.
It's like,
And the hippo's
bottles
like,
of liquid that make you really happy and relaxed.
Listen. You've all helped me out a great deal. I just want to make sure that I will be able to check these bottles, and if they have what I'm looking for, I can take them. Can we agree on that if I let you take this back to shore?
And I go, well, what are you looking for?
I can't tell you.
Why not?
It is a favor to a friend, and I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Galatea tries to get Dilly's attention and like taps like what would be a sundial on her wrist while still.
Underwater.
Yeah, I go,
blub, blub, blub.
Okay, so Delilah's like, okay, so the hippocampus is looking for something too, and if it's in the crates, it wants to take it. Can we agree to its terms? And she's just talking to everybody else.
Yeah,
That works for me.
yeah.
It's not mine.
Just
Okay. She nods to the hippocampus like, can we just go to where everybody can stand on the beach?
Yes, as long as I can take the thing if it's in here.
Okay. She shrugs. It's like, can I check the bottle too?
Yes.
Okay. And then she starts splish splashing.
And just to
letting
be
the
kind,
others...
she like the hippocampus like kind of goes up under Dilly and like lifts her up and takes her to shore.
Yeah, and I'm gonna move my thing. Can I move my thing? That thing. I can't move the thingy.
your circle.
I'm gonna move the aura with me. It's good for like another. It's good technically for a minute, so I don't know how much longer it's gonna last.
Everybody, roll me perception really quick. You can do it while you're in the thing if you want.
Yep. Roll that perception advantage.
Oh, I got an 18, so.
Jeez.
Let's just roll a second time then.
Yeah.
Not better. Okay.
Okay. All right. So everybody except
Sure.
Alexos.
That's fine.
Just say whatever the number is greater than.
Ah.
Like everybody above 10 or whatever.
I'm just
Does that
saying
mean?
everybody except Alexos.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
sounds about right.
Notices, because he doesn't seem to care about this horse anyway. He's
No.
not really paying attention to it. If anybody is watching the horse, as it approaches land, you can see that it's got a tail. But as it gets close enough to land, the tail sort of morphs into a set of horse's hind legs. So when it walks up onto the shore, it just looks like a slightly green tinted horse. Okay. Trot, 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 trot.
Gross finally gets
Galatea
out of
just-
the water.
Galatea just slowly drags all the wreckage to shore.
All by itself.
Yeah. Which, holding your breath underwater in D&D is screwy.
Yeah, it really is.
But you have a bit of time to do it.
Oh, I do. With a con mod of +3, I have 4 minutes of underwater not needing to breathe.
Yeah, see,
Well, you can't hold your breath for 4 minutes?
Yeah, pulling a Guybrush Threepwood there.
Yeah. I get your Monkey Island reference.
Somebody had to, okay?
Good thing.
So up on the shore, the hippocampus is doing kind of like a nervous trot back and forth as it waits for everybody to get on shore and pull the crates up and have a look at the bottles.
Makes sense. I don't trust this either.
Can we... Are we noticing the fucking diamond?
I mean, once you get it up on shore and somebody wants to take a look, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I mean, Dilly points out, like, there's bottles in there, there's some shiny stuff in there.
So everybody who wants to check it out, like, take a look. Give me a
Can
roll
you
for it.
move your aura?
Investigation.
Okay.
That's investigation.
Yeah, now that you're up close, you are investigating. Is Alexis hanging out in the water?
Oh no, I thought you moved everyone.
Nah, I made everybody move themselves.
I mean, Dilly's looking.
Anybody
Oh my god, how is Dilly doing the best here?
Wow.
Doing great.
I mean, sure.
With her +0. Great.
Everybody above 10.
Nope.
Because you're all like right above that thing. Actually, everybody above 8, which I don't think changes anything for anybody.
No, it
No.
doesn't.
No.
What is it? Investigation? Theros will come over and take a look.
Alright, come on, Theros.
Fence
With
roll.
my Wait, this is at advantage, right? Because the totem.
No.
Nope.
No,
All right.
investigation is an intelligence thing.
Solid.
Wow.
-2.
You did.
All right, friends.
Wow.
Remember, we are dummy thick.
Dummy
Not a
thick.
lot of
Dummy
investigation.
thick.
Two of you
Delilah,
notice
who already knew it was there.
a diamond the size of probably Mirror or Nearest' fist. Maybe Alexos. I don't know how big your hands is. Just like
Damn.
chilling, kind of wrapped in some rope, like jammed up in a corner. As if it
Okay.
this is something shiny. Oh, that's not what I want to throw.
Yes, I mean she'll straight up pick it up and be like, yeah, like this, and then she's gonna pitch it
And she
like
Mirror-
a softball.
Mirror's like,
Over to-
wait, can I see it?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, she'll be like, oh, and she'll pass it. And then she's just gonna dig out the unbroken bottle and she's gonna kind of like uncork it to try to sniff it.
The first one that you uncork is wine. If you would like to roll to see if it's good wine, you can.
Absolutely. What do I roll?
Wine or fucking vinegar?
I guess just
Yeah.
investigation.
What
Is
do
it
I
red or
roll?
White.
Investigation.
Investigation.
Both bottles that are in there appear to be full of liquid. That first one that you found actually seems to be pretty good quality red wine.
Okay, she's gonna like tuck it in the sand and she goes, this is nice red wine. She's looking at the hippocampus. Are you looking for red wine?
And it shakes its head.
Okay. And then she checks the other bottle.
Roll for that one, please.
Hmm.
That would dance around on a 3 for me.
Yeah, no.
That one, oddly enough, does smell more like vinegar. It might be
She's like,
red wine vinegar, though.
And she's like, whoo, okay, this is not drinkable. This is not relaxing. Uncorks it. Waves it under the hippocampus's nose like, this is not wine. Yeah.
It's unhappy with the smell as well, and it just kind of sighs. It's like,
Mirror's still holding the rope covered like fist diamond, and she's just like because she can't understand the hippocampus. She's looking at the hippocampus and looking at Gilly, and she's just like, huh? Is it this?
Mm-hmm.
Delilah like turns out, oh, okay. Are you looking for a shiny rock?
no, it was supposed to be in a bottle.
Is it? Oh, okay. So, and that's only in the one crate. What about the other crate?
Do you guys open it?
Yep. Yeah. She'll like.
Give me.
She'll look over at Theros and go, hey, Theros, can you open something for me?
I mean, yeah. Well, you need opened.
Because we're going to check and see what the bottles are.
I mean, was our mission just to find out what was taking bottles? Like, a lot of them they said were empty even anyway. So.
Well, these two are definitely full. But if we know what was taken and we can identify who it was taken from, then maybe we'll figure out why they were taking them.
There.
Wait. So, sorry, not to interrupt. Mirror is listening, and since she can't understand the hippocampus, and she's like, says Dilly is like, translating. Did this horse take bottles? Has it told you that it's taken bottles, or are they just looking at bottles?
Oh, and she goes, oh, I didn't ask. And then she just turns to the hippocampus and asks, like, have you been trying to take bottles from the town?
What do you mean take?
Well, like, bottles have been going missing on the beach. Bottles of liquid. There were stories about stuff taken at night from like revelers and as well as some wine merchants. And she just kind of babbles for a little while, but only bottles with stuff in them. But it's been really random.
I suppose you could classify what I was doing as taking. Yes, I was just checking them.
Okay. No, but you're not going to tell me why.
No.
Okay.
And I am sorry. You did help me, but I can't tell you.
Okay. So she shrugs and she goes, well, this is She points and she's like, well, this is the one that was taking all the bottles, but she won't say why, but it's a favor for a friend that she won't name.
Theros leans down next to
Gives a
Dilly and
little
like
head toss.
cracks his knuckles while looking at the horse. He's like, "This horse giving you trouble."
Gives a little. Doesn't like his tone.
Yeah. Theros gives the horse a back.
Oh.
I pat the hippocampus like now. She goes like, if we knew what you were looking for.
I can't tell you. I really can't.
Were you sworn to secrecy?
Sort of.
It doesn't have thumbs.
Does your life? Well, I open and I just Theros, open the other crate and we'll see.
Pocket this rock.
Strike check.
Do it.
You're just like, this
I mean-
diamond nobody seems to care about. It's mine.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll assist you on that, Theros.
Which I do with advantage then.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you get it open.
Okay. How many bottles are in there?
There are no bottles in there.
Ah. Okay.
No bottles in
Investigate
there.
again.
Wait, but what else? What is in
Hold
there?
up. Yeah, let's let the DM talk.
Hold on. I didn't expect this to happen, so I gotta open a thing. But each and every one of you give me a D100.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's roll
D100.
1d1.
Where is this thingy? Where is this thingy? Yeah, here it is. Okay.
Why can't my loot rolls of 14 be like that, huh? Why I always gotta be single digits?
Wow!
I
Wow! Look
realized
at
that
this
I have-
garbage.
I have a macro to roll the D100 that I.
Well,
need
we
to
don't know if
control.
low or high is good, so you know.
Yeah.
I'm down here in the low end with you, Mirror.
All right. Let's see.
My 32.
Here we go. Everybody rolled. Yes. All right. Let me do you first. So, inside this box, you find a pouch of 3 gold coins and a package. And then a rolled up, folded over pieces of linen with flint in it. And a slightly rusty piece of iron. So flint tinder type deal. And some fluff. So a little like fire starter kit and 3 gold.
Mhm.
That was
Which
for.
is all soaking wet.
Sorry about that.
It's fine.
Let's see. I'm gonna read you off 6 things. Somebody keep track.
Yep.
Because I'm not.
Mhm.
All right. You find 18 silver, a scratched mirror, and a platinum ring. It's a very, very, very small platinum ring. It barely fits on a normal size human's smallest finger. And it's pretty plain. It's a little scratched up. And then 47 is the next one. You find another mirror. It's a steel mirror. It's much nicer. It's and also larger, and the frame of the mirror is sort of shaped in a way that it's like spring fields and trees, and then like a summer fruit tree type deal, and then like a more of a fall leaf pile deal, and then the last tree is barren and it looks kind of like a snowscape. So it's seasons around this mirror.
Fancy.
Yeah. Let's see. And that's all that's in that one. And then we got 71. Got 5 gold, 3 silver and 8 copper, and a ring, which is also copper, with and it's not just like a ring of copper. It's 3 entwined branches of copper that kind of go around each other and have a couple of little like leafy bits, kind of like that. So what's in that one? And then in between the branches as they go around each other, there's like a red bead. You're not really sure how much that's worth or what kind of red bead it is. And then we got. I should have gave you less stuff. A marble pot.
Ooh.
It's a small marble pot. It's like this tall. And it's corked, and when you take the cork out, it's a mint infused balm. So
Ooh,
it's
lip
like,
balm.
like for chapped skin and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah. And then the very last thing is it's like a little pocket with almost 100 colored chips of like mosaic. I guess they're really small.
Ooh, like, okay, mosaic pieces.
Yeah.
Okay.
World's most intricate puzzle.
Yeah.
Oh, Delilah would be all over that.
Yeah, I mean it's possibly useful for the area. Somebody who actually does mosaic tile work, but that's all that's in that last pouch is a bunch of little mosaic pieces, all kinds of colors, all really small, like thumbnail size pieces. And that's all you get. That's what's in that crate for whatever reason.
Okay.
No
Well, I'm
bottles.
showing all of this stuff to the hippo and going, any of this?
It's briefly interested in the teeny tiny little balm thing because it's got a cork in the top, but you open it up and it kind of does like a. You're not sure how it feels about mint, but it's clearly not what it's looking for.
I asked Delilah, what is it looking for specifically? Like a specific type of bottle? Is that correct?
It's looking for a bottle that has something in it, but it won't tell me what.
Cool,
gonna-
cool.
I'm gonna pick up my backpack. I'm gonna kind of like get the horse to come over to me. Sort of reach into the backpack and kind of like.
What do you do to get the horse's attention?
I gotta walk up to it and then try and like move it towards me.
Tap on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a horse. I mean, it's big. I can get its attention.
Okay.
I beckon the seahorse over to
So
me.
you're just like, hey, come here with like your hand or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It figures
All right,
that out.
Capricornus.
All right.
What's
so
up?
It kind of looks a little worried, but go ahead and like.
So I sort of like, with my back to everybody else, kind of like pull something out of my backpack and then just like, and then like slide it back down and see if it makes any reaction.
It does look curious. I know what this object is.
Yes.
Is it? I'm gonna
Yeah.
send you a DM. Is a DM in Discord?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
It kind of like tries to nose in your backpack after the thing.
Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can take the cork out, but I'm not sure. I don't know if the cork is sealed or not.
Okay. That's its goal, is to remove the cork.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll say I remove the cork.
Happens.
What's the worst that could happen?
I mean, nothing happens with it normally. Like, it's not going to escape, I guess. But I mean, nothing really happens.
If nothing happens and it kind of like does the like one eyeball like thing to look in there, and what does it see? Do you want to say, or you can send me a DM?
Yeah, I mean, I'll send it to you. I mean, I guess I can just say it. It's just people won't know. In character, you won't know what it is, other people. But Yeah, you can just see the ship inside the bottle.
See anything special about the ship, or it's just like the image of the ship in the bottle?
Yeah, I mean, if you uncork it, it's the same thing that you would see from looking at the bottle itself. It's just you see the ship that's a ship in a glass bottle.
So it's very interested for a moment. It's kind of honestly maybe a funny scene as this horse like noses its face into your backpack and like tries to at the cork, and when you remove the cork and hopefully don't get bitten, it's like looking in the bottle. It looks very strange, and like I guess a horse has to like super turn its head to get its eyeball in there because it's got this big schnoz. But yeah, it definitely does that and comes away looking disappointed.
Okay.
And
I
kinda,
ask it, is it food or something edible or drinkable that you're looking for?
and it just because it's sort of fed up and also feels kind of like it should be nice to you because you did help save it. It just sort of shakes its head.
No. Is it? Are you looking for a message in a bottle?
Yeah. Message in
Just keeps shaking its head.
There you go. Gold, silver, money. She just starts rattling off like things that she's trying to think of, like
And
wood chips.
it keeps shaking its head up to a point
it's
until
this is never going to end.
yeah. Now it shakes its head up to like maybe 12 to 15 things, and then it's sort of like, I'm not going to tell you.
It's something magical.
I'm not going to tell you.
How's it going?
Yeah.
How long are you going to keep stealing bottles until you find what you need? Like, are you just going to keep going and going and going, or is it only until the fair is over?
I have to keep looking. I have to keep looking. I don't. This is where they said to start looking. If I look here long enough and don't find anything, I suppose I'll have to move on. But this is where I have to start looking.
I would like to make this a roll if I can.
A what?
Oh, the course can't fucking understand me. God damn it.
Yeah. That's
I mean, Delilah will
yeah.
chatter basically nonsensically like what it's kind of saying as it kind of whinnies at her.
Sure.
I'd be like, listen, the longer this goes on, the less chance you have to find it. Your one
She whinnies back.
make more sense to have people help you look for it or to just fruitlessly look by yourself
And
until
it kind of like sits up. It sits up straight for a horse. Like its head goes up straight, and it looks directly at you. Like, I never thought to have people help me. Would you help me?
She goes, you have to let us know what before we say yes.
It starts to
repeat-
do like a
don't
little
repeat.
pace in a circle, kind of like with Delilah in the middle. Like, oh my gosh,
Don't
like
repeat
it's
this, Dilly.
obviously not doing this because it can't, because it's a horse.
Yeah.
But if it could
Yeah.
touch its hand to its
Kind of
chin.
cocking its head. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Theris was going to have Dilly say something like,
I'll say, Theris goes, don't repeat this, Dilly, but it's either we help the fucking horse or we kill it.
Oh my
We don't have 3 days to sit here and play guessing games with this horse. We want to clear our names. We want to get out of here. Get paid.
Dilly
like-
pauses for a moment. She goes, she uncorks that one wine bottle, takes a really big swig from it, and then she looks at the horse and says, "It's to your advantage for us to help you. You really, we're willing to help you if you let us know what it is."
I'm really not supposed to, but I didn't think that anyone would be willing to help me. Let me think about it, okay? Let me think about it. I'll really think about it.
Our job is to stop the thefts of the bottles, so it's a win-win situation. If you stop stealing stuff, maybe we can help you find the thing.
What if everyone in town just brought me their bottles, showed me what was inside, and then they could go home?
And I go, there's too many bottles for you to do that. That's not happening. Plus, the wine sellers are really, really like, they're not gonna willingly do that. They're gonna want you to pay them money. Do you know what money is?
Yes, I know what money is. It's
Do you have money?
And it kind of looks back at the box. I had a, well, I thought I had a thing, but I guess it's gone. No, I guess I don't have money.
Wow.
You ain't getting it back either.
We're the worst. We're like, hey, you can't steal stuff. Man, where'd my diamond go? Weird that.
Yeah, strange. Maybe you should
Yeah,
have
I've claimed that wine
asked for
bottle
help
because I don't
earlier.
know where it came from, so she's gonna keep it.
I mean, I didn't see a
Horses
diamond.
can't drink wine.
I rolled a 3.
Yeah.
Oh, and I go. It's like, how? Okay, so how long are you gonna take to make your decision? Because I'm hungry and I'd like to go get a meal. Like an hour? Does that sound good? We'll come back and you decide.
Roll me persuasion.
Yeah.
Horses, man, even fantasy, you can't trust them.
That's why you don't like the horse.
Yes, my real life bias is bleeding into the fantasy a little. Fucking persnickety ass unhelpful horse.
So the horse, the hippocampus. It's not a horse.
Yes.
It sort of bobs its head a little and says, "Okay, all right, yes. I'll try to decide in an hour. I can do that. I can do that." And it like thumps down on the sand in a sitting position and kind of really looks like it's actively thinking about stuff.
Okay.
Dilly,
All right. So I turn.
what's
Yeah.
its name?
Oh, and then she asked the name.
Pico.
Pico. His name is Pico. Its name is Pico. We have an hour to go get breakfast and come back.
Okay, guess we'll go get breakfast.
And she looks at the money that's like in the bags and I goes, we'll get some good food with that stuff. Come on, I'll show you a good place.
All right.
And
I'm gonna stay.
it's 9:46.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we all probably have off tomorrow, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, but
the-
I'm hungry
we should
in real
probably
life.
stop. Yeah. We should
I'm
stop for
sorry,
the
I'm
night.
hungry in real life.
Charles is gonna stay. Did anybody else want to stay?
Stay with the horse.
I don't trust this horse.
Is it would going to get food and coming back be considered light activity, or is that?
I would say probably. I would say you could take a short rest while doing it, probably.
Yeah, take a short rest over breakfast.
Yeah.
Just take a nap
Yeah.
on the
Where
beach.
you go, what you
Yeah, you.
like. If you go to
Yeah.
a tavern and you sit down for an hour, then
Yep.
yeah,
That's a short rest.
maybe you come back
or
a
just
little
retreating
later than
food.
you said.
Or if you just bring the food here and eat for an hour, that's a short rest. Because eating is, basically no
Yeah.
activity.
Yeah, we'll get it to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was fast
We can
food
make it work.
joints back then.
Like a
Yep.
stall.
Yeah.
Turkey leg
It's a
to
fast
go.
food, too.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of them.
All right. Then that is what we will come back to next time.
All right.
Yeah.
Cute.
I mean, Dilly at a certain point will ask both of the water boys and ask, like, what do hippocampuses eat?
People.
Maybe we
Ow.
can tempt it. Like, eh?
I mean, we all eat people. Maybe.
Children,
Fry you
they
some
lure
horse
into the water.
bacon.
Don't
Can
push
you
your
eat a
genitals
jellyfish?
on me.
Yeah. If you ask
What is-
Alexos, he'll just say that they don't taste very good.
I don't know, not you eating them, but like, what did they eat?
He's not
Doesn't
sure.
care. Okay.
No, it's just not.
He's above them on the food chain.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's like, I don't... Maybe we could talk about if Atlantis has, like, hippocampus nights. That could be cool, but I don't think they do right now.
All right. And that'll wrap us up for tonight. And we'll see everybody again in 2 weeks.
And there's also
Goodbye.
something else happening, right?
What?
Isn't
Oh,
there another thing to
yeah.
advertise?
Oh yeah, advertise.
Thanks, James. All right, so
We're advertising Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we've been
No,
sponsored.
don't say it. The algorithm will find us.
Stop.
Hey, if they're
Hey,
gonna
if
give
they
us
pay
money,
us,
I'll
yeah.
shell. I'll shell.
It's fine.
No.
So in I guess six days on the 9th, Friday, the 9th of July, we'll be doing a session 0 for a second game that will be running on one shot plus one shot. with a different DM, Monty, who's not in this group of people, and then some of us as his players. So if you like our show, maybe you'll like that show. Give us a watch and come hang out more often. As for us, though, see you in 2 weeks.
Happy Independence Day. Don't blow yourselves up.
Stop
Yeah.
doing
Not good.
fireworks.
And if
Cats
you
and dogs
do-
hate it.
And if you do blow yourself up, use proper
Go to the
tourniquet.
hospital.
Use proper tourniquet until you find proper medical attention.
Yipes.
Do not go quietly into that dark night. This is our Independence Day.
Ah,
I
nice.
just wanted to be able to say it once. Just once.
That's good. That's good. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.